Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone before, but I need to get it out there because it's been eating at me for years. I grew up in a small rural area in Puerto Rico back in the early 90s, and life was pretty simple. We didn't have much, just a few chickens, a couple of goats, and some land that my family had worked for generations. I was in my late teens then, helping out with the animals and doing odd jobs around the place. It was a quiet life, you know, the kind where you know everyone's business, and the biggest excitement was when it rained hard enough to flood the dirt roads. But then the rumors started. People in the nearby towns were whispering about this thing called the chupacabra. At first I didn't pay it much mind. I mean, come on, a blood-sucking monster. It sounded like something out of a bad movie. My abuela would tell stories about spirits in the mountains, but this was different. This was real, or at least people were acting like it was. Farmers were finding their animals dead, drained of blood with these weird puncture marks on their necks. Everyone was on edge, but I figured it was just hysteria. Maybe a wild dog or something getting into the coops. Then one day, everything changed. It was a Tuesday, I think, because I remember the week before, the local radio had been buzzing about another attack a few towns over. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back even before sunrise. I woke up early, around 5 in the morning, to the sound of roosters crowing. My mom had already left for her job at the market, so it was just me and my younger sister, but she was still asleep. I dragged myself out of bed, my head fuzzy from a restless night. I'd been having weird dreams, nothing specific, just this feeling of being watched. I started my usual routine, checking the animals, filling the water troughs, making sure the fences were secure. We had a small pen for the goats off to the side of the house and a chicken coop a little farther out, near the edge of the woods. The sun was just starting to peek over the hills, casting long shadows that made everything look kind of eerie. I remember noticing that the goats were quieter than usual. Normally they'd be bleating and pushing against the gate when they saw me, but today they were huddled together in the corner, their ears twitching like they'd heard something spooky. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe a stray cat had spooked them overnight. I went over to the coop to check on the chickens. The door was slightly ajar, which was odd because I always made sure to latch it tight. My stomach tightened a little. I pushed it open, and the smell hit me first. That metallic, coppery scent of blood, mixed with the usual dirt and feathers. Inside, it was a mess. Feathers everywhere, like a pillow had exploded, and 3 of the hens were dead on the ground. Their bodies were limp, and when I bent down to look, I saw it. 2 small puncture wounds on each of their necks, neat and precise, like someone had used a needle. No blood around them, just dry. It was like all the life had been sucked right out. My heart started pounding hard in my chest. I'd heard the stories, but seeing it up close was different. It felt too real. I backed out of the coop, my hands shaking, and ran to the house to grab a machete we kept by the door. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't going to stand there helpless. I woke up my sister, told her to lock the door and not come out no matter what. She was half asleep, confused, but the fear in my voice must have gotten through because she nodded and bolted the door behind me. I went back outside, the machete feeling heavy in my hand. The sun was higher now, but the woods were still dark, all shadows and tangled vines. I decided to check the perimeter, see if there were any tracks or signs. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see my own footprints from earlier, but then I noticed something else. A set of prints that weren't mine. They were small, about the size of my palm, but with 3 toes and deep claw marks. Like something had been digging, they led from the coop toward the woods. My breath caught in my throat. I followed them slowly, my ears straining for any sound. The woods were quiet, too quiet. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, just this dead silence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I kept walking, my boots squelching in the mud, and that's when I heard it. A low, guttural hiss from somewhere up ahead. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard, not a cat, not a dog. It was deeper, more menacing. I froze, gripping the machete tighter. The hiss came again, closer this time, and I saw movement in the bushes about 20 feet away. Something was there, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me. This intense, prickling sensation, like being stared down by a predator. I took a step forward, my legs feeling like jelly, and that's when it stepped out into a patch of sunlight. I'll never forget what I saw. It was about 3 feet tall, standing on 2 legs, but it moved in this jerky, hopping way that made my skin crawl. Its skin was grayish and rough, like a lizard's, with rows of sharp spines running down its back. The eyes, they were what got me the most. They were red, glowing faintly like embers in the dim light, and its mouth was open, showing off these long, needle-like fangs with a tongue that flicked out, thin and black. It didn't look like anything I'd ever seen in a book or on TV. It was real flesh and blood, and it was staring right at me. For a second, we just stood there, locked in this standoff. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was this the chupacabra, the thing from the stories? It felt impossible, but there it was, not 10 feet away. Then it let out another hiss, and this time it took a hop toward me. It moved fast, unnaturally fast, covering the distance in a blink. I stumbled backward, almost tripping over a root, and swung the machete wildly. I didn't hit anything. It dodged easily, like it was playing with me. I could smell it now, this foul, rotten odor like decay and sulfur mixed together. It made my eyes water. The creature hopped again, and I saw its claws, long and curved, digging into the mud. It was between me and the house, cutting off my escape. Panic set in hard. I started backing away, toward a thicker part of the woods, thinking maybe I could lose it in the trees. But it followed, keeping pace, those red eyes never leaving me. I remember my heart hammering against my ribs, so loud I could hear it in my ears. Sweat was pouring down my face, stinging my eyes. I kept swinging the machete not to hit it, just to keep it at bay. It would hiss and snap its jaws, that long tongue darting out like it was tasting the air. At one point it lunged, and I felt a sharp pain in my arm. It had scratched me with its claw. The cut wasn't deep, but it burned, like something toxic was in it. I don't know how long this went on, maybe minutes, maybe longer. Time felt stretched out, like I was stuck in a nightmare. I kept moving, deeper into the woods, until I stumbled into a small clearing. The creature was still behind me, and I realized I was trapped. There was a fallen tree to my left, and I scrambled over it, hoping to put some barrier between us. That's when it did something I still can't explain. It let out this high-pitched screech, and then it seemed to change. Its body tensed, and it leaped into the air, not like a jump, but more like it was gliding. It landed on a low branch, clinging to it with those claws, and stared down at me. I was panting, my chest heaving, and I knew I couldn't keep this up. I had to get back to the house, to my sister. I turned and ran, not looking back, just crashing through the underbrush. Branches whipped at my face, and I could hear it following, that hissing sound right on my heels. I didn't stop until I burst out of the woods and saw the house ahead. I sprinted for the door, my lungs burning, and pounded on it. My sister unlocked it, her face pale with fear, and I shoved inside, slamming it shut behind me. We stood there, both of us trembling, listening. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then, from outside, came that same screech, followed by the sound of something scratching at the door. It went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, silence. Complete silence. I waited, my ear pressed to the door, but there was nothing. No sounds, no movement. Slowly, I peered out the window. The yard was empty. The creature was gone. I stayed inside the rest of the day, too scared to go out. When my mom came home, I tried to tell her what happened, but she just shook her head, saying it must have been a wild dog or my imagination. But I knew what I saw. The scratch on my arm was real, and it took weeks to heal, leaving a faint scar. I never saw it again after that day, but I've never forgotten it. Sometimes when I'm out late, I still get that feeling of being watched, and I wonder if it's out there somewhere. I don't have any answers, no explanation that makes sense. It just happened, and I'm left with this memory that haunts me, like a shadow I can't shake. Story 2. Okay, so I never thought I'd be writing something like this, but here goes. I need to get this out because it's been eating at me for weeks, and I can't shake the feeling that something really weird happened after my dad died. I'm not some ghost hunter or anything. I'm just a regular person who used to think all that paranormal stuff was bullshit. But now, I don't know what to believe. My dad passed away suddenly about a month ago. It was a heart attack out of nowhere. One day he was fine, joking around, and the next he was gone. The funeral was rough. I'm still not over it, and honestly I don't think I ever will be. We held the service on a Tuesday, and the whole week after was just a blur of sadness and empty rooms. But the day I'm talking about, the one that changed everything, was the Saturday after the funeral. That's when things got unexplainable. I woke up that morning feeling heavy, like someone had dumped a bag of rocks on my chest. The house was too quiet. My mum had gone to stay with her sister for a few days because she couldn't handle being in their bedroom alone, so it was just me and my older sister Sarah and her 5-year-old daughter Lily, staying over to help sort through Dad's things. We were all trying to keep busy, but every time I walked past Dad's room, I'd get this lump in my throat. His door was always closed now, like we were pretending he was just in there sleeping. Around 10 in the morning, Sarah and I were in the kitchen, drinking coffee and not really talking. Lily was playing with some toys in the living room. The house felt off, but I figured it was just grief messing with my head. Then, out of nowhere, we heard it. This faint, tinny music coming from down the hall. It was the kind of sound you'd recognize anywhere. The melody from a Jack in the Box. That creepy Pop Goes the Weasel tune. Dad had this old Jack in the Box toy sitting on his dresser for years. It was from his childhood, all rusted and dusty, and he never played with it, but he kept it for sentimental reasons. I remember thinking it was odd because he wasn't really into knickknacks like that. At first, I thought maybe Lily had wandered into his room and messed with it. But when I checked, she was still in the living room, coloring. Sarah and I looked at each other, and I could see the confusion on her face. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice kind of shaky. I nodded, and we both just stood there for a second, listening. The music stopped after a few seconds, and everything went quiet again. We shrugged it off, thinking it was probably the wind or something, even though the windows were closed, and there's no way a toy like that could start on its own. We went back to what we were doing, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My heart was beating a little faster, and I kept glancing down the hall toward Dad's room. About an hour later, it happened again. Same thing. The music started up, clear as day, from his bedroom. This time it was louder, like it was cranked all the way up. Sarah and I both jumped. "Okay, that's weird," I said, and we decided to go check it out. I pushed open the door to Dad's room, and the air felt cold, like someone had left the AC on full blast. The room was exactly how he left it. Bed made, clothes folded on the chair, and that Jack in the Box sitting on the dresser. It looked normal, just sitting there. But as we stepped inside, the music stopped abruptly, like someone had hit a switch. I walked over to the toy and picked it up. It was heavier than I remembered, and the metal felt icy to the touch. I turned it over in my hands. No batteries, No power source. It was one of those old wind-up ones, and the key wasn't even turned. There was no way it should have been playing. Sarah was standing by the door, her arms crossed, like she was trying to hold herself together. Maybe it's just, I don't know, a coincidence, she said, but her voice was thin and I could tell she didn't believe it. I put the toy back on the dresser and we left the room, closing the door behind us. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. My hands were trembling and I had this knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. The rest of the morning, we tried to act normal. We made lunch for Lily, talked about what to do with Dad's stuff, but every time the hour rolled around, that music would start again, exactly on the hour, like clockwork. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, noon. Each time it was the same tune, playing for about 30 seconds before stopping. By noon, I was freaking out. My skin was crawling, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me from down the hall. Sarah suggested we unplug anything electronic, but there was nothing in there except that toy. We even checked for hidden speakers or pranks, but there was nothing. Around 1 in the afternoon, Lily came up to me while I was sitting on the couch, trying to read a book to distract myself. She climbed onto my lap and said, "Uncle, why is Grandpa playing with his box?" I froze. My blood ran cold. Lily never met my dad. He died before she could really remember him, and we hadn't shown her many pictures yet because we didn't want to upset her. I asked her what she meant, and she said, "The man in the room with the funny music. He has grey hair and glasses, and he smiles a lot." She described him perfectly, down to the way he always wore his reading glasses on the tip of his nose. I felt like I couldn't breathe. How did she know that? Sarah heard it too, and her face went pale. We didn't say anything to Lily, just hugged her and sent her back to play, but inside I was terrified. That's when I knew it wasn't just in my head. Something was happening, and it centered on that jack in the box. The music kept coming every hour, and each time it felt more menacing. At 2 o'clock I was alone in the hallway, and I heard it start up again. This time I didn't just hear the music, I saw the toy move. I was peeking through the crack in the door, and I swear the lid of the box lifted slightly, like it was about to pop open, and the music played. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I backed away slowly, my legs feeling like jelly, and I almost tripped over the rug. I found Sarah in the kitchen, and I told her what I saw. She looked scared, but also kind of resigned, like she'd been expecting it. "We have to do something," she said. Maybe it's Dad, trying to tell us something." The thought was comforting in a way, but mostly it was creepy as hell. I didn't want to believe it, but what else could it be? As the day went on, the occurrences got more intense. At 3 o'clock, the music played, and this time it was accompanied by a faint clicking sound, like the mechanism was turning on its own. I stayed in the living room, too scared to go near the room, but I could hear it clearly. The house felt colder, and I kept getting chills down my spine. I remember sitting on the couch, gripping the cushions, and just waiting for the next hour to come. It was like being in a horror movie, but worse because it was real, and it was my home. By 4 in the afternoon, Sarah and I decided we couldn't take it anymore. We had to get rid of the toy, or at least move it. We talked about throwing it away, but something stopped us. Maybe respect for Dad, or fear of what might happen if we did. So we agreed to take it outside and put it in the garage. Maybe being away from the house would stop it. I volunteered to do it because I didn't want Sarah to have to go in there alone. My hands were sweating as I walked down the hall toward Dad's room. The door was still closed, and I could feel this pressure in the air, like before a storm. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was dark because the curtains were drawn, but I didn't turn on the light. I could see the jack in the box on the dresser, silhouetted against the window. It looked innocent, but I knew better. I walked over to it, my footsteps echoing in the quiet. As I reached for it, the music started again. It was 4 o'clock on the dot. This time it didn't stop after a few seconds. It kept playing, and the box began to shake slightly. I grabbed it, and the metal was so cold it felt like it was burning my skin. I hurried out of the room, holding it away from my body like it was contaminated. The music was still going, that same damn tune, and I could feel vibrations through the box. I carried it through the house, past Sarah, who was waiting by the front door with wide eyes, and out into the backyard. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows, and the air was cool. I walked over to the garage, which is detached from the house, and set the toy down on a shelf inside. As soon as I let go, the music stopped. Just like that. Complete silence. I stood there for a minute, breathing heavily, waiting for it to start again, but it didn't. The only sound was the wind rustling the trees. I went back inside and the house felt different. Lighter, warmer. Sarah asked if it stopped and I nodded. We didn't say much after that. We just sat in the living room watching Lily play and tried to process what had happened. The rest of the evening was quiet. No more music, no more chills. It was over. But I can't stop thinking about it. Was it my dad? Was he trying to say goodbye? Or was it something else? The way Lily described him without ever seeing him, and the toy moving on its own, it's too much to be a coincidence. Part of me finds comfort in thinking he was still with us, watching over, but the other part is just scared. Scared of what I can't explain. I haven't gone back into the garage since, and I don't think I ever will. The Jack in the Box is still out there, silent now. But I'll always remember that day and how it made me a believer in things I never thought possible. Story 3. I was living in this house with my mom and our dog, a little terrier mix named Buster. My boyfriend, let's call him Jake, was staying over that night because we'd been watching movies late. We were in my room, which is down the hall from the front door, and the place is pretty old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the whole deal. It was one of those nights where I just couldn't fall asleep, you know. My mind was racing, and I ended up staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours. Jake was out cold next to me, snoring lightly, and the house was dead quiet except for the hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, at exactly 3:30 in the morning, I heard it. 3 loud knocks on the front door. Not like someone politely tapping, but hard, deliberate bangs, like they were using their fist. And right after, this scratching sound. Long, slow drags against the wood, like nails or something sharp. My first thought was, oh, it's Mom. Maybe she forgot her keys or something. Or Buster was scratching at the door because he needed to go out. But Buster was curled up at the foot of the bed, fast asleep. And Mom's room is on the other side of the house. She wouldn't be knocking like that. I sat up in bed, my heart already starting to pound. The knocks came again, same pattern. 3 sharp bangs, then that scratching. It was so loud it echoed through the hallway. I shook Jake awake, whispering, "Hey, do you hear that?" He grumbled and rolled over, but then it happened a 3rd time and his eyes snapped open. We both just froze, listening. The scratching sounded like it was digging into the door, like someone was trying to claw their way in. I remember my hands were shaking as I reached for my phone to check the time, 3:30 on the dot. Jake sat up, his voice low and groggy. "What is that?" he said. I told him I didn't know, but it had been going on for a minute or so. We waited, and sure enough, it came again. 3 knocks. Scratch, scratch, scratch. This time, it felt closer, like whatever it was knew we were listening. I've never been so scared in my life. My stomach was in knots, and I could feel this cold sweat breaking out all over my body. Jake got out of bed slowly, peeking through the blinds to see if anyone was outside. The street was empty. No cars, no people, just the dim glow of a streetlight. He came back and said, "There's nothing out there." But the knocking started up again, louder now, like whoever or whatever was getting impatient. We decided to investigate. I know, probably stupid, but we couldn't just lie there. I grabbed a baseball bat from the closet. It was mine from when I played as a kid, and Jake picked up a heavy flashlight. We crept out into the hallway, the floorboards creaking under our feet. The house felt colder than usual, like the air had dropped a few degrees. As we got closer to the front door, the knocking stopped, but the scratching continued, slower now, almost rhythmic. I remember peeking through the peephole. Nothing, just the empty porch and the dark street beyond. But the scratching was right there, on the other side of the door. It sounded like it was moving up and down, like fingers tracing patterns. Jake whispered, "Maybe it's an animal?" But it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was too deliberate, too human-like. We stood there for what felt like forever, just listening. Then I had this irrational urge to open the door. I don't know why. Curiosity maybe, or just wanting it to stop. But Jake held me back, his hand on my arm. "Don't," he said, his voice tight. "We don't know what's out there." So we didn't. We just stood there, hearts racing, as the scratching faded away into silence. For a few minutes, everything was quiet. We thought maybe it was over. But then, from down the hall near my room, we heard a soft thud, like something had fallen. We rushed back, and Buster was awake now, growling low in his throat, his hackles raised. That's when I really started to panic. Buster never growls like that. He's a friendly dog, always wagging his tail. We checked my room, but nothing was out of place. The thud had come from the closet, I think. Jake shone the flashlight around, and that's when we saw it. The closet door was slightly ajar, even though I'd shut it tight before bed. And inside, on the floor, was one of my old jackets, crumpled up like it had been pulled off the hanger. But no one was there. We backed out of the room, and that's when the knocking started again, but this time it wasn't from the front door. It was coming from the walls, 3 knocks, then scratching, moving from one wall to the next, like it was circling us. We could hear it traveling. First from the living room wall, then the kitchen, then back to the hallway. It was like whatever it was inside the house with us. I was trembling so hard I could barely stand. Jake held onto me, and we huddled together in the hallway, not knowing what to do. The knocking got faster, more frantic, and the scratching turned into this high-pitched screech like metal on wood. Buster was barking now, a sharp, scared sound that made everything worse. We decided to call the police, but when I picked up my phone, the screen was glitching, static and lines like it was broken. Jake's phone was the same. The landline in the kitchen was dead too. No dial tone. It was like we were cut off from everything. The knocking moved to the ceiling above us, and we could hear something dragging across the floor upstairs. My mum's room is up there, but she's a heavy sleeper. She hadn't woken up through any of this. We thought about checking on her, but we were too scared to move. The air felt thick, heavy, like we were wading through water. Then everything went silent again. The knocking stopped, the scratching faded, and even Buster quieted down, whining softly. We waited, barely breathing, for what felt like an eternity. The silence was almost worse than the noise. It was oppressive, like something was waiting. That's when I noticed the temperature had dropped even more. I could see my breath in the air, little puffs of white. Jake pointed to the front door, and we saw that the deadbolt was turning slowly, by itself. Not like someone was picking it, but like an invisible hand was twisting it. It clicked open, and the door creaked inward just an inch or two. We bolted. I don't even remember deciding to run. We just did. We grabbed Buster and sprinted down the hall to my mom's room, bursting in without knocking. She woke up startled, and we tried to explain, but we were both babbling, out of breath. She calmed us down a bit, and we all stayed in her room with the door locked until the sun came up. When it was light out, we cautiously checked the house. Everything was normal. The front door was locked tight, the deadbolt in place, no scratches on the door, no signs of anyone or anything. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. That fear was real. We never found an explanation. No pranksters, no animals, nothing. It just stopped, as suddenly as it started. But that night changed me. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there or in here that we don't understand. That's why I started looking into the paranormal, why Jake and I formed our little investigation team. We've had other experiences since then, but nothing like that first night. I still lie awake sometimes, listening for knocks in the dark, and I know I'll never forget the sound of that scratching. It's like it's etched into my brain, and no matter how much I try to rationalize it, I can't. It just happened, and I have no idea why. Story 4. It was a Saturday. I'd been out with some buddies the night before. Nothing crazy, just a few too many beers, and I ended up crashing at my aunt's place because it was closer than my apartment. I got there in the morning, maybe around 10. The sun was already up and bright, which is why the whole thing messes with my head so much. I let myself in through the side door that goes straight down into the basement. My aunt was out of town for the weekend, so I had the whole house to myself, which I was actually looking forward to. Some quiet, you know. The basement is finished, but it's still a basement. It always has that smell, a little bit of damp carpet and whatever laundry detergent my aunt uses. There's a brown futon against one wall, the kind that's never really comfortable, and a big old TV with one of those older game systems hooked up to it. I figured I'd just sleep for a few hours, shake off the grogginess, and then head home. I remember flopping down on the futon. The material was that scratchy, fake velvet stuff. I pulled this heavy knitted blanket over me that my aunt always keeps down there. It smelled like mothballs and fabric softener. I was tired. My head was a little fuzzy from the beer, but I just couldn't get comfortable. I was tossing and turning, trying to find a cool spot on the pillow, listening to the house settle. You know, the normal creaks and groans. The furnace would kick on every once in a while with this low rumble. It was all so normal. At some point I got frustrated and rolled over to check my phone. I'd only been lying there for what felt like 20-30 minutes tops, but when I tapped the screen, my stomach just dropped. It said 9 o'clock. At first I thought, okay, 9 in the morning, I just slept through, but it was dark outside the little basement windows. Pitch black. It was 9 at night. I sat straight up. My heart was going a little faster. That didn't make any sense. I got there at 10 in the morning. I hadn't even been that tired. There's no way I slept for almost 12 hours without waking up once. I checked my phone again, thinking it had to be wrong, but the date was still the same. It was just the time that had jumped. I felt disoriented, like when you wake up from a nap and don't know where you are for a second. But this was 10 times worse. I hadn't been asleep. I know I hadn't. I'd been lying there, awake, feeling the futon bar dig into my back. I tried to shake it off. I thought maybe I had fallen asleep and just didn't remember it. My brain was filling in the blanks weirdly because I was tired and hungover. Yeah, that had to be it. So I decided to distract myself. I got up and turned on the TV and the game system. The light from the screen was really bright in the dark room. I started playing some racing game, just something mindless to get my head straight. I played for about 10 minutes. I remember because I was on the same stupid track, crashing into the same wall over and over. I finally just put the controller down. The silence in the room felt heavier than before. I laid back down on the futon, on my side this time, facing the back of the couch so I wouldn't be looking at the dark room. I closed my eyes and tried to just breathe and fall asleep for real this time. I don't know what made me open my eyes again. A sound, maybe, or just a feeling. But as soon as I was aware of myself, I knew something was off. The air felt different, thicker. I slowly reached for my phone on the floor next to the futon. My fingers fumbled for it, and when I finally got it in my hand and saw the screen, my blood went cold. 2 o'clock in the morning. I actually said no out loud. A quiet, choked-off sound. This time there was no explaining it away. I had not been asleep. I had just been lying there, in that state where you're not quite asleep, but you're not awake either, for maybe a minute or two, and 5 hours had gone by. 5 hours. I felt a prickle go up my spine, this pure, cold fear that started at the base of my neck and spread out. This wasn't right. This wasn't a blackout. This was something else. I sat up, and now I was properly scared. The basement was freezing. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I was shivering. I could see my breath in the air, little puffs of white in the glow from the game system's idle screen. The furnace hadn't kicked on in a while. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I needed to hear another person's voice. I needed to get out of there. I texted my cousin, the one who lives about 15 minutes away. My thumbs were clumsy on the screen. "Hey man, are you up? Something's really weird at your mom's house. Can you come get me?" I didn't want to sound like a lunatic, but I was one. I felt like one. I sent the text and just stared at the screen, waiting for the little dots to show he was replying. Nothing. The room was so quiet I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. I couldn't just sit there. I had to move. Had to see something other than these four walls. There's a small stool under one of the high basement windows, the kind you use to reach a high shelf. I walked over to it, my socks quiet on the thin carpet. The stool is one of those wooden ones, a little wobbly. I stepped up onto it, the wood creaking under my weight. I had to get on my tiptoes to see out the window. It was one of those narrow, grimy windows at ground level, looking out into the side yard. Outside, it was just dark. The motion sensor light on the side of the house wasn't on. I could see the faint shape of the fence and the neighbor's house, dark and silent. It was a completely normal, quiet night. Seeing that should have calmed me down, but it didn't. It made it worse, because everything outside was fine. The wrongness was in here, with me. I was standing there, peering out, holding onto the window frame for balance, when I heard it. A hard, grating scratch on the concrete wall. It was so close, so incredibly close. It was right by my ear, just on the other side of the wall. It wasn't a soft sound, like a branch rubbing or a mouse. It was deliberate, sharp, like someone was dragging a heavy piece of metal or a big key over the rough concrete, hard and fast. Scrap! I flinched so hard I almost fell off the stool. My heart just stopped. I spun my head around, looking at the wall right next to me. There was nothing there, just the plain, painted concrete wall. The sound had come from through the wall, from outside. But the window was right there, and I was looking outside, and there was nothing, no one. The sound had been inches from my head. I could still feel the vibration of it in my teeth. I stumbled off the stool, my legs feeling like jelly. I backed away from the window, my eyes glued to that spot on the wall. Nothing. Silence. I was breathing in these short, ragged gasps. I thought, okay, an animal, a big raccoon or something, it had to be. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded intelligent, purposeful. I needed to get to another window, to see the other side of the house, to prove to myself it was just an animal. I moved across the room, past the futon, to the other window, the one that looks out towards the backyard. This one didn't have a stool, so I just stood there, staring out into the darkness, my whole body tense. That's when the furnace kicked on. It always makes this sound. First, a low whirring, then two loud, distinct bangs as the pipes heat up and expand. Bang, bang. It's a normal sound in that house. I've heard it 100 times. It did the two bangs. Bang, bang. And then, without a pause, it did 4 more. Fast. Bang, 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 bang. Like a frantic, violent knocking from inside the metal ducts. I froze solid. That had never, ever happened before. It was always 2, just 2. This was wrong. Everything was wrong. The time, the scratching, now the furnace. It felt like the house itself was breaking down, or like something was sending me a message. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't a coincidence. I was standing there, paralyzed, staring at the furnace in the corner, when I saw movement from the corner of my eye. Over by the stairs, there's a space behind the staircase that leads up to the main floor. It's a dark, triangular-shaped nook where my aunt stores some old boxes and a vacuum cleaner. Something peeked its head out from behind the stairs. It was just a shape, a blotch of deeper darkness in the already dark corner. It was fast, a quick, jerky movement. It ducked back. My breath hitched in my throat. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared, my eyes trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I imagined it? Was it a trick of the shadows from the TV screen? Then, a moment later, it stepped out. It came out from behind the stairs and just stood there. It was a shadow, but not a shadow cast by anything. There was no light source to make it. It was a three-dimensional shadow, a figure made of solid blackness, and it was tall, so unbelievably tall. 7 feet, maybe 8. It was thin, impossibly thin, with long arms and legs, but it had no features, no face, no clothes, no details at all. It was just a human-shaped cutout of pure black, a void in the shape of a man. It stood near the bottom of the stairs, maybe 15 feet away from me, and it was just staring at me. I could feel it. Even without eyes, I could feel its attention focused completely on me. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, radiating this feeling. It wasn't curiosity. It was menace, a cold, patient, intelligent menace. My brain just short-circuited. I've never felt fear like that. It was a physical weight on my chest, crushing the air out of my lungs. My whole body went cold and hot at the same time. I remember this stupid, desperate thought clawing its way to the surface of my mind. If you're not scared of it, it can't hurt you. Just don't be scared. But I was terrified. I was so scared I thought I was going to pass out or be sick. The fear was a taste in my mouth, metallic and sour. I couldn't look away from it. We were just frozen there, me and this thing in the silent, freezing basement. The blanket of dread was so heavy I could barely move. But I knew with a certainty that was more instinct than thought that if I stayed there, something terrible was going to happen. My body moved before my mind did. A survival switch flipped. I bolted. I didn't think. I didn't plan a route. I just ran for the stairs. The thing was standing right near them. I had to run right past it. As I lunged forward, I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look at it. I couldn't bear to see it move. I hit the stairs 2 at a time, my socks slipping on the wooden steps. I didn't look back. I fumbled with the doorknob at the top, my hands slick with sweat, sure that I would feel a cold, shadowy hand on my shoulder at any second. I finally wrenched the door open, scrambled through the kitchen, and tore open the front door. I didn't stop running. I ran out into the street in my socks, the cold pavement shocking my feet. I just stood there in the middle of the quiet, empty road, gasping for air, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. I kept staring back at the dark, silent house, expecting to see that tall, dark shape standing in the doorway. A minute later, I saw headlights. It was my cousin. I've never been so relieved to see anyone in my life. I practically dove into his car before he'd even come to a full stop. I was babbling, crying, a complete mess. He said I was white as a sheet. I never went back inside. He went in the next day with my aunt to get my stuff. They said everything was normal. The futon was messy, the game system was on, but that was it. I can't explain the time. I can't explain the scratching from the other side of a solid wall. I can't explain the furnace. And I can never, ever explain what I saw standing in that basement. It was just there, staring at me. And I know with every fiber of my being that if I hadn't run when I did, I wouldn't be here typing this right now. Story 5. That morning started like any other. I woke up early, around 7 o'clock, because the sun was barely up, and my room was still shadowy. I shared the apartment with my mom and my older sister, and we'd been there for a couple of years. But things felt different after my great-grandmother passed away. It had only been a week or so, and the air in the apartment seemed heavier, like something was pressing down on us. I remember crawling out of bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor, and heading to the kitchen for breakfast. My mum was already there, making toast, and she looked tired, her eyes a little red. She didn't say much, just gave me a weak smile, and I could tell she was thinking about great-grandma. We all were. The first weird thing happened around mid-morning. I was in the living room trying to watch cartoons when the radio in the kitchen turned on by itself. It wasn't like someone bumped into it or anything. I was alone in there, and suddenly static filled the room. Then it switched to some old-timey music, the kind great-grandma used to listen to. My heart jumped into my throat, and I froze for a second before I got up and turned it off. The knob was cold, and my hands were shaking. I told my mum about it later, but she just said it must be a short circuit or something. But I knew it wasn't. Our apartment was old. But things didn't just turn on like that. As the day went on, more little things kept happening. The lights in the hallway flickered a couple of times, not like when a bulb is dying, but in a way that felt intentional, like someone was playing with the switch. Then, around lunchtime, I heard faint knocks coming from the kitchen walls. At first I thought it was the pipes or something, but it was too rhythmic, like tap, 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 pause, then tap, tap again. I went in to check, but there was nothing there. The knocks would stop when I entered, then start up again once I left. It made the hair on my arms stand up, and I spent most of the afternoon staying close to my mom or my sister, not wanting to be alone. Later that evening, we were all in the living room watching Tin Tin on TV. It was one of our favorite shows, and usually it made me feel safe. But that night, the colors seemed too bright, and the sounds too loud. My mom was sitting on the couch with me, and out of nowhere she said she missed great-grandma. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, and it hung in the air like a ghost. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I remember squeezing her hand, not knowing what to say. That's when the first big thing happened, a deafening crash from somewhere in the apartment. It was so loud, it felt like the whole building shook, and for a second I thought something had fallen over or broken. We all jumped up, my mom rushing to check, but when we looked around, there was nothing. No broken dishes, no furniture tipped over, nothing out of place. It was like the sound came from nowhere, and that scared me more than if I'd seen something. My mom tried to brush it off, saying it must have been from outside, but I knew it wasn't. The windows were closed and the street was quiet. After that, the atmosphere in the apartment changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something. We finished watching TV, but I couldn't concentrate. Every little noise made me jump. When it was time for bed, I didn't want to go to my room. My mom insisted, though, saying I needed to sleep, so I went. But I left the hall light on, something I always did since I was little. That night, though, the light didn't help. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, and tried to fall asleep. But I couldn't. My mind was racing, going over all the weird things that had happened during the day. Then it started, the slow, rhythmic thumping from under my bed. At first it was soft, like a heartbeat, but it grew louder, steady and relentless. Thump, thump, thump. I lay there frozen, my body rigid with fear. I tried to move, to scream for my mom, but I couldn't. It was like I was trapped in my own body, my muscles locked up, and all I could do was lie there and listen. Tears started streaming down my face, hot and silent, because I couldn't even make a sound. The thumping seemed to get closer, moving from under the bed toward the headboard, and I could feel vibrations through the mattress. It was so real, so physical, that I knew it wasn't a dream. My chest felt tight, and I was praying in my head over and over for it to stop. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe minutes, maybe longer, but eventually it faded away, and I could move again. I bolted out of bed and ran to my mum's room, sobbing and shaking. She was awake, and when she saw me, she hugged me tight, asking what was wrong. I told her everything, the thumping, the freezing, the fear. She didn't dismiss it this time. Her face went pale, and she said we shouldn't sleep alone that night. So I ended up sharing a bed with my sister. She was annoyed at first, being woken up, but she let me in, and we tried to sleep. But then the scratching started from the next room, my old room. It was a soft, persistent sound, like nails dragging across the wall, and it would stop if we made noise, then start up again when it was quiet. My sister heard it too, and she held my hand, her grip tight. We both lay there, wide awake, listening to that scratching, feeling like something was watching us. The next part happened quickly. My mom must have been listening because she came in and heard it too. She didn't wait until morning. She said we were going to do something about it right then. It was late, probably past midnight, but she called the priest from our local church. He agreed to come over, which was surprising, but I guess he'd heard things like this before. When he arrived, he brought these wooden crosses, simple ones, and he blessed them and hung one above each of our beds. Then we all stood together in the hallway, my mum, my sister, me, and the priest, and we said out loud that we were safe, and that whatever was there could leave. My voice was shaky, but I said it with everything I had, and you know what? The scratching stopped. Just like that. The apartment went silent, and for the first time all day, I felt like I could breathe, but that silence has haunted me ever since. As an adult, I still sleep with a light on, and every creak in the night tightens my throat. Was it sleep paralysis? My imagination, or something that followed us home from that December night? I'll never know for sure. But I do know that I've never slept comfortably in the dark again. Story 6. My dad and I were visiting my uncle in New Mexico. My uncle lived way out in the desert, in this old single-story adobe house that felt like it had been there forever. The kind of place where the walls were thick and cool during the day, but at night every little sound seemed to echo. There weren't any close neighbors, just miles of scrubland and distant mountains under this huge star-filled sky. I loved it during the day. The air smelled like dust and sagebrush, and the heat felt good on my skin. But at night, it was different. It was so dark, not like city dark, where there's always some glow from a street lamp or a passing car. This was a deep, empty dark that started right outside the windows. The night it happened, I'd gone to bed in the little spare room at the back of the house. The room had one window that looked out into the backyard, which was just a patch of dry dirt and a couple of sad-looking cacti trailing off into the vast nothing of the desert. I remember the bed had a rough wool blanket that scratched my legs, and the pillow smelled faintly of mothballs. I fell asleep pretty quickly, tired out from a long day of exploring. I don't know what woke me up. It wasn't a sound, not really. It was more of a feeling, a shift in the air, like when you know someone is standing behind you even though you can't see them. I opened my eyes and the room was pitch black. The digital clock on the bedside table was broken, so I had no idea what time it was. My heart was already starting to beat a little faster, that dumb kid fear of the dark creeping in. I told myself to just close my eyes and go back to sleep. But then I looked at the window, and I saw the eyes. Two dim yellow circles just hanging in the darkness outside the glass. They weren't reflecting light. They seemed to be glowing on their own, like old, sickly light bulbs. They were level with the window, which was weird because the window was high up. I had to stand on my tiptoes to see out of it during the day. Whatever was out there was tall, really tall. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move. I just lay there, frozen, staring at those two yellow points in the blackness. My breath caught in my throat, and I could feel my fingers digging into the scratchy blanket. This wasn't a dream. The feeling was too sharp, too real. The cold fear was a physical thing sitting on my chest. As my eyes adjusted, I started to make out a shape around the eyes. It was a long, thin face, like a wolf's, but wrong. The fur was patchy, like an animal with mange, and in the spots where the fur was thin, I could see dark, leathery skin underneath. Its ears were pointed and stuck straight up, twitching slightly, but the worst part was its body. From the shoulders down, it had a human-like frame, incredibly long, skinny arms and a narrow chest. It was hunched over, but even hunched, its head was at the top of the window. It must have been 7 feet tall at least. It wasn't moving, it was just staring. Those yellow eyes were fixed on me, and I felt like it could see right through me, into my room, into my head. I was too terrified to even scream. I just stared back, locked in this horrible, silent standoff with this thing outside my window. I could hear the blood pounding in my ears, a whooshing sound that drowned out everything else. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 5 minutes. Time stopped having any meaning. All that existed were those 2 yellow eyes and the crushing weight of my own fear. Then it moved. It didn't turn away or walk off. It darted. 1 second it was there, a statue in the night, and the next it was just gone. The movement was so fast, it was just a blur, a streak of darkness shooting away from the window. The suddenness of it broke the spell holding me. I gasped, sucking in a ragged breath, and scrambled backward in the bed, pressing myself against the wall. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, my eyes glued to the window, waiting for it to come back. The window was just a black rectangle again, but now it felt threatening, like a hole torn in the world where anything could crawl through. Every shadow in the room seemed to writhe and twist. The familiar shapes of the dresser and the chair became monstrous in the dark. I had to tell someone. I couldn't stay in that room alone. I slid out of bed, my legs feeling like jelly, and crept to the door. The floorboards were cold under my bare feet. I cracked the door open and peered down the hall. It was dark and silent. I tiptoed out, my heart hammering against my ribs, and rushed to my dad's room. I shook him awake, my voice a frantic whisper. "Dad, Dad, wake up!" he grumbled, rolling over. "What is it? Did you have a bad dream?" "It wasn't a dream," I said, my voice trembling. "There's something outside my window. It was looking at me." He sat up, more alert now. He could hear the pure terror in my voice. "What do you mean? An animal?" "No, it wasn't an animal. It had yellow eyes, and it was tall like a person, but not." He got out of bed and led me down the hall to my uncle's room. We woke my uncle up, and I told him what I saw, the words tumbling out of me in a rushed, panicked jumble. My uncle, a lifelong desert rat, just listened with a frown. He was a big, quiet man who didn't scare easy. "Probably just a coyote," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "They stand on their hind legs sometimes to look in windows. Their eyes can look yellow in the dark." "It wasn't a coyote," I insisted, on the verge of tears. "It was too tall. Its arms were too long." My uncle sighed and looked at my dad. "I'll go check it out. Make sure there's nothing out there." He grabbed a big Maglite flashlight from the kitchen and headed for the back door. My dad and I waited in the living room. I sat on the couch, pulling my knees up to my chest, listening to the sound of the deadbolt turning and the back door creaking open. The house was so quiet I could hear the crunch of my uncle's boots on the gravel path outside. We waited. The seconds stretched out. I kept expecting to hear a shout, or a curse, or the sound of the screen door slamming shut as he ran back inside. But there was nothing, just an unnerving silence from the backyard. After a few minutes that felt like hours, we heard the back door open and close again. The bolt slid back into place. My uncle walked into the living room, and the sight of him made my blood run cold. He was pale, like sheet white. The big, tough, unflappable man I knew looked like he'd just seen a ghost. His hands were shaking so badly he had to put the flashlight down on the coffee table with a clumsy thud. There was a fine sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Well?" my dad asked. "See anything?" My uncle just shook his head. He wouldn't look at me. He kept his eyes fixed on the floor. "Nothing out there," he said, but his voice was thin and strained. "Just nothing. Must have been your imagination, kid, a trick of the light." But it wasn't. I knew it wasn't, and he knew it wasn't. Whatever he saw out there, or whatever he didn't see, had scared him worse than anything I'd ever seen. He went straight to the kitchen and I heard him pour himself a whiskey, the bottle clinking hard against the glass. He never talked about it again. Whenever I brought it up in the following days, he'd just change the subject or tell me to forget about it. We cut our trip short and left a couple of days later. My dad tried to play it off, but I could tell he was spooked too. The whole drive home, he was quieter than usual. I tried to forget about it. For years, I told myself it was just a vivid nightmare, a product of a kid's overactive imagination, fueled by the creepy desert landscape. I pushed it down, locked it away in a corner of my mind, but it never really left me. It came back years later in a different form. I was an adult, living in my own apartment. I was in bed, almost asleep when I heard it, a voice right behind my head, so close I could feel the breath on my ear. It was just one word, a whisper. Hey. It wasn't loud, but it was crystal clear. And it wasn't friendly. It was a cold, sly, knowing sound. The moment I heard it, a freezing chill shot down my spine, so intense it was like an electric jolt. Every hair on my body stood up, my muscles locked. I was completely paralyzed, unable to move a single finger, unable to even turn my head. I could only lie there, my eyes wide open in the dark, listening to the frantic beating of my own heart. Tears started streaming down my face, hot against my cold skin, soaking into the pillow. The terror was absolute, a visceral, gut-wrenching fear that felt exactly the same as it had when I was 9 years old, staring into those yellow eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the feeling passed. The chill receded and I could move again. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment on, too scared to even close my eyes. That's when I knew the thing from the desert hadn't just gone away, it had latched on, or something like it had. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't know the names for these things. I just know what I've felt. I've had to learn to set boundaries. It sounds crazy, but I'll talk out loud sometimes, just stating my space is mine. I don't invite anything in. I'm careful, but some things are harder to control. Like driving past cemeteries. I don't know why, but every single time, without fail, when I drive past one, I get this intense, heavy feeling. It's like something cold and dense settles into the car with me. I can feel a presence in the passenger seat, a weight that wasn't there before. It feels like something is trying to hitch a ride to come home with me. I have to focus hard, gripping the steering wheel, and just repeat, "You are not welcome here," in my head, until I'm a few blocks away, and the feeling finally lifts. The only thing that gives me a sliver of comfort is the shadow. I know that sounds insane, a shadow that offers protection, but it's there. It's a tall, dark, human-shaped silhouette that I've seen standing in my bedroom doorway a handful of times over the years. It never moves. It never makes a sound. It just stands there, a solid black form against the dim light from the hall. The first time I saw it, I was terrified, of course. But the fear was different. It wasn't the soul-crushing electric terror of the whisper or the yellow-eyed thing. This was a quieter fear, mixed with a strange sense of acknowledgement. It never feels threatening. It feels like a watchman, a guardian, like it's standing on a threshold, making sure nothing that isn't supposed to cross does. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's there. I don't know if it's connected to the thing in the desert or the voice in my ear. I don't have any of the answers. All I have are these experiences, these fractured moments of pure dread that have been seared into my memory. They're a part of my life, a part of my history, these inexplicable bookends of fear from childhood to adulthood. I still think about that night in New Mexico. I can still feel the scratch of that wool blanket, see the perfect blackness of the desert night, and those two sickly yellow eyes, unblinking, staring right through the glass and right into me. And I remember the look on my uncle's face when he came back inside, the pallor, the tremor in his hands, the way he couldn't meet my gaze. He saw something out there, something that scared a grown man to his core. He just never told me what it was. And he took that secret with him when he passed away a few years ago. So I'm left with the memory, the feeling, and the chilling certainty that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again. And sometimes, the things on the other side know your name. Story 7. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone before, not in detail anyway, because honestly, who's going to believe me? But it's been eating at me for years, and I figure if I don't get it out somewhere, it'll just keep festering. This happened on my friend's birthday, back when we were all in our early 20s, living in this crappy apartment complex that always smelled like stale pizza and mildew. I remember it was a Saturday, and the weather had been weird all day, kind of humid and overcast, but not raining, just that heavy feeling in the air that makes your skin stick to everything. The party was at my buddy's place, and it was one of those low-key gatherings where everyone just brings snacks and drinks, and we're all crammed into his living room because it's the biggest space. There were maybe 10 of us, all people we'd known since high school, so it was comfortable, you know? No strangers, no pressure to act a certain way. We'd ordered a bunch of pizzas, and someone brought a cooler full of soda and beer. But I wasn't drinking much that night because I had to drive home later. I remember feeling pretty relaxed, just laughing and joking around, the way you do when you're with people you've known forever. As the evening went on, someone suggested we watch a movie. We'd been talking about horror films earlier, and my friend, the birthday guy, had this old DVD of The Shining that he'd been wanting to show off because he'd just gotten a new sound system. So we all settled in, pushing couches and chairs around to face the TV. The room was dim, with only the light from the screen and a couple of lamps in the corner. And it felt cozy at first. I was sitting on this lumpy beanbag chair in the middle of the room, with a couple of pillows propped behind me, and my friend was on the couch to my left. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the occasional burst of laughter from someone in the group, but mostly we were all quiet once the movie started. Now I've seen The Shining before, so I knew what to expect. But there was something about that night that made it feel different. Maybe it was the atmosphere, or the fact that we were all a little tired from the day. But I remember sinking into the beanbag and just letting myself get absorbed. The movie was playing, and I was following along, but after a while I started to feel kind of off. Not sick or anything, just a weird tingling in my hands and feet, like when your leg falls asleep, but it was spreading. I shook it off at first, thinking I'd just been sitting in one position for too long. Then things got strange. I don't know how else to describe it, but it was like the room started to feel heavier, like the air was thickening around me. I could still hear the movie, Jack Nicholson's voice echoing through the speakers, and I could see the screen. But my focus started to drift. I remember thinking, oh wow, I'm really tired, and I closed my eyes for a second just to rest them. But when I opened them again, something was wrong. It wasn't that I was dizzy or disoriented. It was more like I was suddenly aware of everything in the room from a different angle. And then it happened. One moment I was sitting in that beanbag, feeling the fabric scratch against my arms, and the next I was floating. I mean, literally floating above myself, looking down at the whole scene. It wasn't like in movies where it's all dramatic and slow motion. It was instant and jarring, like someone had yanked me out of my body without warning. I could see myself sitting there, slouched in the beanbag with my head tilted back, and my eyes were open, but they had this glazed look, like I was staring at nothing. My friend was next to me, munching on popcorn, completely unaware. He even nudged me at one point and said something like, "You okay, man?" But I didn't respond because, well, I wasn't there. The weirdest part was that I felt completely awake. I could hear everything, the movie dialogue, the crunch of popcorn, the soft rustle of people shifting in their seats. But it was like I was hearing it from a distance, like through a tunnel. My vision was crystal clear, though. I could see the dust motes dancing in the light from the TV, the scuff marks on the floor where we'd dragged furniture. Even the way my own hair was sticking up in the back from where I'd been leaning. It was so vivid, so real, that for a second I thought I was dreaming. But I knew I wasn't. I could feel this cold, detached sensation, like I was a ghost in my own life. I tried to move, to say something, but I couldn't. It was like I was paralyzed, but not in a scary way, more like I was just an observer, stuck in this floating state. I could see my body down below, and it was breathing normally, but I wasn't controlling it. My heart was pounding in my chest, or at least it felt like it was, but I couldn't feel my chest because I wasn't in it. Does that make sense? It was this bizarre disconnect where I was aware of my emotions, fear, confusion, a deep sense of unease, but I couldn't connect them to my physical self. The movie kept playing, and I could see the scenes unfolding on the screen, but it was like I was watching it from two places at once. From above, I could see how everyone was arranged in the room. My friend on the couch, another guy sprawled on the floor, a couple sharing a blanket in the corner, and I could see myself just sitting there, looking so ordinary and still. It was eerie, because I knew that if anyone looked closely, they might think I was zoning out or falling asleep, but I was fully conscious up there, trapped in this out-of-body state. Time felt weird, too. It wasn't like hours passed or anything. It might have only been a few minutes, but it felt like forever. I remember focusing on small details to ground myself, like the way the light from the TV cast shadows on the walls, or the sound of someone's phone vibrating in their pocket. But the more I tried to snap back, the more stuck I felt. I started to panic a little, thinking, what if I can't get back? What if this is permanent? But I couldn't scream or thrash around. I was just there. Then, the horror of it really hit me. It wasn't about seeing ghosts or anything like that. It was the sheer detachment, the feeling that I was no longer in control of my own body. I could see my hands resting on my lap, and I knew they were mine, but they felt like they belonged to someone else. I tried to remember what I'd eaten, or if I'd been stressed lately, but nothing made sense. My mind was racing, but my body was calm, and that disconnect was terrifying. It was like I was split in two, and the part that was me, the thinking, feeling part, was floating away while the shell of me sat below, oblivious. I remember glancing at my friend, and he was still watching the movie, occasionally laughing at something. He had no idea what was happening to me. At one point, he leaned over and said, "Dude, you're missing the best part," but I couldn't respond. From up above, I could see the concern flicker in his eyes, but he just shrugged and turned back to the screen. That made it even worse. The fact that life was going on normally around me, but I was stuck in this limbo. The physical sensations were the strangest part. Even though I wasn't in my body, I could feel this coldness, like I was drifting in a void. It wasn't painful, just unnerving. My breathing felt shallow, but I knew it was my body down there doing the breathing, not me. I could feel a pressure in my head, like a headache coming on, but it was distant, like an echo. And the whole time, I was hyper-aware of every sound and movement in the room. I could hear the clock ticking on the wall. It was one of those old analog clocks with a loud tick, and it felt like it was counting down to something, but I didn't know what. As the movie reached one of the intense scenes where Jack is chasing Danny through the hedge maze, I felt a sudden jolt. It was like something snapped and I was yanked back into my body. 1 second I was floating, watching everything from above, and the next I was slammed back into myself with a force that made me gasp. I jolted upright in the beanbag, my heart hammering in my chest, and I must have made a noise because my friend turned to look at me. "Whoa, you okay?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "You zoned out for a minute there." I was breathing heavily, and my hands were trembling. I could feel the fabric of the beanbag under me again, the warmth of the room, the stickiness of my skin. It was all so normal, but I felt completely shaken. I managed to nod and mutter something like, "Yeah, just got lost in the movie." But inside, I was freaking out. What the hell had just happened? The rest of the party is a blur. I stayed for maybe another hour, but I was on edge the whole time. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see the room from above, like a memory burned into my brain. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not then, not ever really. Who would believe me? I just packed up my stuff, said my goodbyes, and drove home, my mind racing the whole way. When I got back to my apartment, I checked myself in the mirror, half expecting to see something different. But I looked the same. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd fallen asleep and had a vivid dream, or maybe it was some kind of panic attack. But I know I was awake the whole time. My friend even confirmed it later, joking that I'd been fully awake but spaced out. That just made it creepier. To this day, I have no explanation for it. It's not something that's ever happened again, and I've never done drugs or had any medical issues that could account for it. It's just this one weird, horrifying experience that stuck with me. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I'll think about it and get this chill down my spine, like I'm right back there, floating and helpless. I don't know what it was. An out-of-body experience, a glitch in my brain or something else, but it felt too real to dismiss. And that's the thing that gets me. It felt real. Not like a dream or a hallucination, but like I'd actually left my body for those few minutes. The details are so sharp in my mind, the way the light hit the floor, the sound of my friend's voice, the cold detachment, that I can't just write it off. It's become this unexplained anomaly in my life, this moment of pure, unsettling horror that I can't shake. I still go to parties, I still watch movies, but every time I sink into a comfortable chair, I get this little twinge of fear, wondering if it'll happen again. It never has, but the memory is enough to keep me on edge, so yeah, that's my story. I don't know what to make of it, and I probably never will. All I know is that on that one day, during a simple birthday party, something happened that I can't explain, and it left me with this deep, lingering fear that maybe we're not as grounded in our bodies as we think, and that thought alone is enough to keep me up at night. And that isn't. Story 8. I coasted to the shoulder, the gravel crunching under the tires. No cell service, of course. You never have service on this stretch of Blackwood Pass. It's just a winding ribbon of asphalt draped over the mountains, with forests so thick they swallow the moonlight. I popped the hood, more out of habit than hope. I'm no mechanic. I stared at the engine block, a confusing mess of metal and wires in the beam of my phone's flashlight. It looked normal to me, but what do I know? The smell of hot oil and coolant filled the air, a familiar, almost comforting scent that was now just a reminder of how stranded I was. I was just deciding whether to start walking. The thought made my skin crawl. It had to be 20 miles to the next town when I saw it. A light. Down the road, around a bend behind me. My first feeling was pure relief. Another car. Maybe they had a phone, or jumper cables, or at least could call a tow truck for me when they got to a spot with service. But the light didn't move like headlights. It was a single, bright, unwavering point, like a really powerful flashlight, and it was coming towards me at a walking pace. I squinted, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I could make out figures behind the light. 3 of them, tall, really tall, and thin. As they got closer, the details started to click into place, and each one was wrong. They weren't wearing jeans and jackets. Their clothes were old. I don't know fashion, but these were like something from a black and white photo. Dark, heavy wool coats that went down to their knees, even though it was a mild autumn night. Their trousers were narrow, and they wore these formal-looking hats, the kind you see in movies about the 1940s. The clothes hung off them, like they were made for bigger men, or like these guys had shrunk inside them. Their faces. God, their faces are burned into my mind. Gaunt isn't the right word. It was more than that. Their skin was stretched tight over their skulls, pale and waxy in the harsh white light of the lantern the one in the middle was carrying. They had high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that were just pools of shadow. They didn't look sick, just empty, like shells. They stopped about 10 feet from me. They didn't say anything at first. They just stood there, perfectly still. The only sound was the wind whispering through the pine trees. I realized I was holding my breath. The one in the middle, the one holding the light, took a slow step forward. His movements were fluid but stiff, like his joints didn't work quite right. "Your vehicle has failed," he said. His voice was flat. No accent I could place, but the tone was all wrong for the situation. It wasn't concerned or curious. It was just a statement of fact, devoid of any emotion. I nodded, my throat tight. Yeah, it just died. You guys have a phone? I can't get a signal out here." "We can assist you," the same one said. He didn't gesture, didn't look at the car. His eyes, those dark pits, stayed fixed on me. "Our home is near. We have tools. A telephone." A wave of relief washed over me so strong I almost staggered. "Oh man, that would be amazing. Thank you so much." I took a step towards them, already thinking about getting out of this cold, about a warm room and a working phone. But then I stopped. Something was itching at the back of my brain. Their home, out here. I'd driven this pass for years. There were no houses on this stretch, just Forest Service roads and wilderness. No lights, no mailboxes, nothing. Where is your place?" I asked, my voice sounding small. "It is close," the man said. The other two remained silent, statues flanking him. "Just through the trees. You must come with us now." And that's when it started. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling, a pressure inside my head. It began as a low hum, a vibration that seemed to start at the base of my skull and spread outwards. My own frantic thoughts. This is weird. Where did they come from? I should stay with the car. Began to get fuzzy, like a radio station tuning out. The man spoke again, and his voice was different now. It was smoother, softer. It seemed to wrap around the pressure in my head, amplifying it. "There is no need for concern. Your car is beyond your skill. It is cold. You are alone. Come with us. We will provide warmth, safety." With every word, my own willpower was just melting away. The fear I'd felt moments before felt distant, silly. Of course I should go with them. They were being kind. They had tools, a telephone. My legs felt heavy, but they also felt like they wanted to move forward. My mind was becoming a quiet, placid lake, and their words were stones dropping into it, creating ripples that were the only thoughts I had. Go with them. It's the right thing to do. Go with them. I took another step. The gravel crunched under my shoe. It sounded incredibly loud. "Yes," the man with the light said, a statement, not encouragement. The pressure in my head intensified. It wasn't painful, not exactly. It was like being wrapped in a thick, warm blanket. All the sharp edges of my fear and suspicion were being padded, smoothed over. I looked at their faces, the waxy skin, the shadowed eyes. It didn't seem strange anymore. It just was. My hand, which had been clenched at my side, relaxed. I was about to take another step, to just walk right past my dead car and into the dark tree line with these three strangers, when a sound cut through the fuzzy silence. It was my phone, ringing. The sound was like a physical slap. The blanket of warmth in my head was torn away, and the cold, sharp terror rushed back in so fast it made me gasp. I stumbled back a step, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The three men didn't move, but the feeling coming from them changed. The pressure vanished, replaced by a stillness that was somehow aggressive. The one with the light tilted his head just a fraction of an inch. The bright beam of the lantern was still pointed at the ground between us, but it felt like it was blinding me. My phone kept ringing, the generic trill sounding like a fire alarm in the tense quiet. I fumbled in my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get a grip on it. I didn't look at the screen. I just swiped to answer and held it to my ear. "Hello?" My voice was a ragged croak. It was my mom. Her voice was fuzzy, breaking up. "You? I've been called. Are you okay? You sound. Breath." "Mom," I whispered, turning my back on the three figures, a primal instinct to hide. My car broke down. There are people here." The line crackled. "People? Who? Where are you?" I risked a glance over my shoulder. They were still there, still watching. The one with the light slowly raised his free hand. It was pale and long-fingered. He didn't point at me, he didn't make a fist. He just held it up, palm facing me, and then he curled his index finger inward twice. A slow, deliberate, "come here" gesture. But it wasn't inviting, it was a command, and it felt ancient. A fresh wave of ice-cold fear washed over me. "I have to go," I hissed into the phone. I'll call you back." "What? Jake, what's going—" I hung up. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and turned to face them fully, bracing myself for, I don't know what, for them to rush me, for the pressure to come back. But they didn't move. The one with the light slowly lowered his hand. For a long moment we just stood there, locked in that silent standoff on the dark mountain road. The wind had picked up, moaning through the trees. Then, without a word, the one with the light turned. The other two turned with him, a perfectly synchronized movement. And they walked away. Not back the way they came, but off the shoulder of the road and into the wall of black trees. The single bright light bobbed once, twice, and then it was gone, swallowed by the forest. The darkness that rushed in to fill the space they left behind was absolute and suffocating. I stood there for I don't know how long, frozen. My ears were ringing. I could still feel the ghost of that pressure in my head, a phantom ache. I finally scrambled into my car, locking the doors, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. I stared into the woods where they'd disappeared, expecting that light to reappear at any second. It didn't. An hour later, by some miracle, a state trooper pulled up behind me. His headlights were the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I must have looked like a wreck, babbling about three men in old clothes. He was calm, professional. He checked my car. "Your alternator's shot," he said simply. He gave me a ride to the next town. I sat in the passenger seat, wrapped in a blanket he'd given me, staring out the window at the passing darkness, jumping at every shadow. It was in the warm, bright fluorescent lights of the gas station where I was waiting for the tow truck that I noticed it. I was washing my hands in the bathroom, trying to get the grime from under the hood off me. And I saw a patch of red, blotchy skin on my forearm. A rash. It was right where the man with the light had been. Well, not where he'd touched me, because he never did. It was just where his light had been shining on me the most. The skin was raised and itchy, like a bad reaction to poison ivy, but it was in a perfect hand-shaped patch, a long, thin hand, with fingers that were just a little too long. I never got an explanation. The trooper found no one in the woods, no old houses, nothing. The rash faded after a week, but sometimes when I get really stressed, I swear I can feel that spot on my arm start to itch again. And the memory of that pressure inside my head, of my own thoughts being gently, insistently turned off, comes flooding back. I don't drive that road at night anymore. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, and I don't think I ever will. All I know is that if my mum hadn't called at that exact second, I would have followed them into those trees, and I have a real bad feeling I wouldn't have ever come back out. Story 9. Okay, so I've been an EMT here in Sweden for about 5 years now, and I've seen some pretty rough stuff. Car accidents, heart attacks, you name it. But there's one call that still haunts me, and I need to get it off my chest. It was just an ordinary Tuesday, around 10 in the morning, when we got dispatched for a welfare check at this old house on the outskirts of town. The neighbor had called it in, said they hadn't seen the elderly woman who lived there in weeks, and there was a weird smell coming from the place. Me and my partner, let's call him Anders because that's his name, we rolled out in the ambulance, not really expecting anything too out of the ordinary. You get used to these calls. Sometimes it's nothing, sometimes it's sad, but manageable. But this one was different. The drive over was quiet, the kind of grey, overcast day that makes everything feel a bit dull and heavy. Anders was driving, and I was going over the details in my head. The address was for this isolated wooden house, the kind that's been around since the 50s, with peeling paint and an overgrown garden. When we pulled up, the first thing that hit me was the silence. No birds, no wind, just this thick, eerie quiet. The neighbor was waiting for us, a middle-aged guy who looked pale and nervous. He pointed at the house and said he'd tried knocking, but no one answered, and the smell was getting worse. He didn't stick around long, just mumbled something and hurried back to his place. We approached the front door, and that's when I noticed the padlocks. Not on the outside, but on the inside of the door frames, like someone had locked themselves in. The main door was unlocked, though, so we pushed it open slowly. The moment we stepped inside, the stench hit me like a physical blow. It's hard to describe. Imagine rotting meat mixed with something sweet and sickly, like spoiled fruit, but 1,000 times worse. It was so strong it made my eyes water, and I had to fight the urge to gag. Anders pulled up his shirt over his nose, but it didn't help much. That smell seemed to cling to everything, seeping into your clothes and skin. The house was dark inside, with heavy curtains drawn shut and dust floating in the slivers of light from the windows. We called out, "Hello, emergency services," but no answer, just that awful silence. We moved through the hallway into the living room, and that's where we found her. She was lying on the floor near an old sofa, and my brain took a second to process what I was seeing. Her body was severely decomposed, like she'd been there for weeks. Her skin was a blotchy greyish colour, and it was sagging in places, almost like it was melting off the bones. But the worst part was her face, or what was left of it. It was gone, just a mess of dark, wet tissue covered in worms. I mean hundreds of them, wriggling and crawling over where her eyes and mouth should have been. They were small and white, moving in and out of the orifices, and the sight made my stomach churn. I've seen dead bodies before, but this was something else. The decomposition was so advanced that fluids had pooled around her, a dark, sticky puddle on the wooden floor. When we got closer, I could see that the worms weren't just on her face. They were coming out of her nose, her ears, even under her clothes. The air was thick with flies buzzing around, and the whole room felt heavy and wrong. Anders radioed for backup and the police, but we had to start assessing the situation. My hands were shaking as I put on gloves, and I remember thinking, this isn't real, this can't be happening. But it was. We had to move her to get her onto a stretcher, and that's when things got even more horrifying. As we gently lifted her, the body felt soft, like it had no structure left. Fluids started leaking out from under her, this brownish liquid that smelled even worse up close. It soaked through my gloves, and I could feel the warmth of it, which was disgusting because you don't expect a body to feel warm when it's been dead that long. The worms scattered as we moved her, some dropping onto the floor, others clinging to her clothes. One fell onto my boot, and I had to kick it off, my heart pounding like crazy. The sound was wet and squelchy, and I could hear the faint rustle of the worms moving. It's those little details that stick with you. The way the light caught on their slimy bodies. The way the fluids made a sucking noise as we shifted her. We got her onto the body bag, but it was a struggle. Her skin was tearing in places, and more fluid seeped out, staining the bag almost immediately. The smell was so intense now that I had to take breaks to step outside and gulp fresh air. But it didn't help. That stench felt like it was inside my lungs. Anders was pale, sweating, and we didn't talk much, just exchanged looks that said, "What the hell is this?" The police showed up eventually, and they were just as shocked. One of the officers, a young guy, actually threw up in the bushes outside. We finished securing the body and loaded her into the ambulance for transport to the morgue. The whole time I kept thinking about how she must have died alone, locked in this house, and no one knew for weeks. It made me feel sick with sadness and fear, but the horror didn't end there. Later that day, after we'd handed her over to the funeral home, there was a small service arranged because she had no family. We were asked to attend since we'd found her, and honestly, I wish I hadn't gone. The funeral was in this old church nearby, and from the moment I walked in, the smell hit me again. It was fainter, but still there, like it had followed us. The church was cold and dim, with only a handful of people, mostly neighbors and a priest. They'd placed the coffin at the front, but as the service started, I noticed a dark stain spreading on the floor beneath it. The body had seeped through the bag and the coffin, this slow oozing leak that filled the air with that same rotten stench. People started coughing, some left early, and the priest's voice trembled as he tried to continue. I just stood there, frozen, watching that stain grow, and all I could see in my mind was her face, covered in worms, and the feeling of those fluids on my gloves. That image is burned into my brain. I have nightmares about it still, waking up in a cold sweat, thinking I can smell that decay. I can't explain why it affected me so deeply. Maybe because it was so visceral, so raw. It wasn't like in movies where death is clean or dramatic. This was just ugly and real. I keep wondering about her life, how she ended up like that, and it scares me how quickly things can fall apart. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I still feel that sticky warmth on my hands, and I have to wash them over and over. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, and I don't know how to make peace with it. It just happened, and now it's stuck with me, like a shadow I can't shake. Story 10. My partner, a guy named Rick who'd been on the job for 15 years, was the one who suggested it. We were back at the station, restocking the ambulance for the 100th time. The fluorescent lights were humming that particular tired hum they get late at night. "You ever seen a drowning victim?" Rick asked, not looking up from the oxygen tank he was checking. I shrugged, trying to play it cool. "In training photos. Why?" "We've got a John Doe down in the morgue. Came out of the river this afternoon. Young guy, it's educational. You should see it. Helps to know what you're looking at out there." He said it with a straight face. The way he said everything, it sounded logical, morbid, but logical. This job, you get a twisted sense of what's normal. Seeing the worst-case scenario is just part of the training. I agreed. Stupid, I know, but I wanted to seem eager, capable, like I could handle anything. So I followed him down to the basement. The hospital morgue is in the sub-basement, a place that feels completely separate from the world of the living. The air changes the second the elevator doors open. It's colder, yes, but it's more than that. It's still. It smells like industrial-grade cleaner, trying and failing to mask a sweet, coppery undertone. The floors are this shiny, off-white linoleum that reflects the stark overhead lights in a way that's just unsettling. Your footsteps echo, no matter how softly you try to walk. Rick led me past the main office, where the night attendant was probably dozing, and into the cold room itself. The door was heavy, with a big stainless steel handle. When he pulled it open, a wave of that frigid, dead air washed over me, raising goosebumps all along my arms instantly. The room wasn't huge, just a space with 3 rows of large, square, stainless steel doors, each one a locker for the dead. It was so quiet in there you could hear the low thrum of the refrigeration units, a vibration that went right through your bones. He walked over to one of the middle drawers, 2nd row down. He didn't say anything, just pulled the handle. The drawer slid out with a smooth, heavy sound, metal on metal, that was way too loud in the silence. Inside was a black body bag zipped up. "You ready?" he asked, his hand on the zipper. I just nodded, my throat suddenly dry. I was trying to keep my breathing even, to look professional. He unzipped the bag, pulling the top part down to reveal the head and shoulders. I'd seen dead bodies before. In this job, you see them. But this was different. This was a drowning. The man looked young, maybe in his early 20s. His skin had this waxy pale blue-grey color, like old candle wax. It was tight and weirdly smooth. His hair was dark, plastered to his forehead in damp strings. His eyes were half open, and they weren't cloudy like in the movies. They were just empty, a flat, dull color. His lips were slightly parted, and a faint trickle of water, or something, had dried in the corner of his mouth. The most disturbing part was his hands, which were resting on his chest. The fingertips were wrinkled and bleached white, like he'd been in a bath for way too long. They looked fake. I was staring, trying to process the details, to file them away as a learning experience, when I heard the door behind me shut with a solid, heavy thud, and then the lights went out. It wasn't like a fade to black. It was an instant, total, absolute absence of light. 1 second I was looking at that dead kid's face under the harsh fluorescent glow, and the next there was nothing. It was a blackness so complete it felt like a physical thing, a weight pressing against my eyeballs. I couldn't see my own hand an inch in front of my face. I couldn't see anything. My heart didn't just jump, it slammed into my throat so hard I made a choked, gurgling sound. "Rick?" My voice came out as a whisper, thin and shaky. Silence. Then, from the other side of the door, I heard it. A low chuckle. Then another one. It was Rick, and I realized Mike, another paramedic from our shift, was with him. They were laughing. "Guys," I said louder this time, "this isn't funny. Turn the lights back on." The chuckle turned into a full-on laugh. I could hear them through the door, muffled but clear. "Just a minute, rookie," Rick called out. "Part of the initiation. Get to know your patient." Initiation. A prank. This was a goddamn prank. But the logic of that thought evaporated in the sheer, primal terror of my situation. I was locked in a pitch-black refrigerated room with a dead body. No, not just with a dead body. I was locked in the dark, and the last thing my eyes had seen was that drowned kid's half-open eyes and his wrinkled white fingers. My breath started to come in short, sharp pants. The air was freezing, and each inhale felt like shards of glass in my lungs. I could feel the cold seeping through my uniform, through my skin, right down to my core. I started to shiver, a violent, uncontrollable shaking that made my teeth chatter. I took a step backward, my hands flailing in the darkness, searching for the door. My shoulder bumped into one of the other cold metal drawers, and the sound, a dull, metallic clang, echoed horrifically in the small space. I froze. My entire body tensed. I was afraid I'd woken something up. I know how stupid that sounds. He was dead, but in that total blackness, logic doesn't stand a chance. I could still see him, not with my eyes, but in my mind. His face was burned onto the back of my eyelids, that waxy skin, those empty eyes. I could picture him just lying there, 3 feet away from me, in the consuming dark. Was he still there? Of course he was still there, but what if he wasn't? What if he was sitting up? What if those wrinkled fingers were reaching for me right now? I forced myself to move again, shuffling my feet, terrified of tripping. My outstretched hands finally found the cold, smooth surface of the door. I patted along it, searching for the handle. There it was, a long, cold bar. I pushed down. It didn't move. It was locked, or they were holding it shut from the outside. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The door was solid, built to keep the cold in, and right now it was built to keep me in. "Let me out!" I screamed, and my voice was high-pitched, ragged with a panic I'd never felt before. It wasn't a request anymore. It was a plea. I started pounding on the door with my fists. The banging was loud, but it felt pathetic, absorbed by the thick metal and the endless dark. Their laughter from the other side had died down. I could hear them talking in low murmurs. but I couldn't make out the words. Were they coming to a consensus that the joke had gone far enough? Or were they just waiting to see how long I'd last? I stopped pounding and pressed my ear against the door. The metal was so cold it stung my skin. I held my breath, listening. I couldn't hear them anymore. Had they left? Had they just walked away and left me in here? The thought was so terrifying my legs went weak. I slumped against the door, my forehead resting on the icy steel. That's when I heard it, a sound, from inside the room with me. It was a soft, wet sound, a squelch, like a sponge being squeezed. My blood went from ice cold to frozen solid in my veins. Every hair on my body stood up. I stopped breathing. I stopped shaking. I became a statue pressed against the door, listening with every fiber of my being. Silence. Maybe it was the refrigeration unit, the pipes, my own frantic heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then it came again. Squelch. It was closer. It was coming from the direction of the open drawer. My mind, starved for visual information, conjured the image. I saw him in that perfect, horrible memory. I saw his chest moving. I saw water bubbling from his lips. I saw those bleached white fingers curling, uncurling. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real, I chanted in my head. But the sound was real. I heard it. Squelch. Drag. A dragging sound, like a wet weight being pulled across the floor. He was out. He was out of the drawer. He was on the floor. I lost it completely. I started screaming, not words, just a raw, continuous scream of pure, undiluted terror. I hammered on the door with my fists, my elbows, my shoulders, throwing my whole body against it over and over again. Tears were streaming down my face, freezing on my cheeks. I was sobbing and screaming, a complete and utter mess. Please, Rick, Mike, please, God, let me out. He's in here, he's moving. The door suddenly flew open. The light from the hallway was so blinding, it felt like a physical assault. I stumbled forward, falling to my knees on the linoleum floor of the anteroom, gasping and choking on my own sobs. Rick and Mike were standing there. Their faces, which a moment before had probably been grinning, were now slack with shock. They hadn't expected this. They'd expected me to be scared, maybe to curse them out. Not this breakdown. Whoa, hey man, easy, Rick said, taking a step toward me. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, away from him, away from the open door, to the cold room. Don't touch me, I shrieked. He's in there, he's moving. Mike peered into the dark room, then flipped the light switch on. The harsh fluorescence flooded the space. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified of what I'd see. There's nothing in there, man, Mike said, his voice unnaturally calm. He's right where we left him, see? I didn't want to see. I kept my eyes shut. My body curled into a ball on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. I was crying like a child, deep, racking sobs that hurt my chest. It took them a few minutes to calm me down enough to get me on my feet. Rick helped me up, his grip firm. I was still shaking. My legs felt like rubber. I refused to look back into the morgue. I let them lead me out, up the elevator, back to the bright, warm, normal world of the station. When we got to the crew room, I collapsed into a chair. The adrenaline was gone, leaving me feeling hollowed out and exhausted. Rick handed me a cup of water. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Jesus, man, I'm sorry, Rick said, his voice low and serious. We didn't know we've done that to a dozen new guys. No one ever... I looked up at him. My face was probably a mess. I heard him, I whispered, my voice hoarse. I heard a sound, a wet sound, like he was moving. Mike and Rick exchanged a look. It wasn't a look of disbelief, which was somehow worse. It was a look of uncomfortable recognition. It's the pipes sometimes, Mike said quietly. When the compressor kicks on, it can shift the old plumbing in the walls. Makes a weird noise, a gurgling sound. A gurgling sound, a squelching sound. In the pitch black, with a drowned body 3 feet away, what's the difference? I just stared at the floor. The rational explanation didn't matter. It didn't touch the terror that was still coiled deep in my gut. They had pranked me, and I had broken. But for those few minutes in the dark, something else had been in that room with me. I don't know if it was the pipes, or my own mind, or something else. Something that clung to that dead kid from the river. All I know is that I heard it. I felt it. And when the lights finally came on, a part of me was still in that darkness, and I think it always will be. I never went back down there. I transferred to a different station a month later. I still do the job, but I never ever go into the morgue. Story 11. It was one of those late September shifts that felt longer than most. The kind where your boots start to feel like they're filled with concrete and the coffee just isn't cutting it anymore. Me and my partner Dave, we'd been running calls since 7 in the morning, and by the time the sun was starting to dip, painting the sky in these weak orange and purple streaks, we were both just running on fumes. We were parked near the station, debating the profound philosophical question of whether the diner off the bypass or the new pizza place had the better greasy sausage sandwich. When the tone dropped, it wasn't the shrill, panicked tone of a cardiac arrest. It was calmer, almost routine. Dispatch said it was a bicycle versus car, male subject, unknown status. We sighed, dumped the rest of our lukewarm coffee out the window, and hit the lights. No siren, just the lights. You learn to read the tones, and this one didn't scream urgency. The location was out on Old Mill Road, a winding 2-lane blacktop that cuts through a thick stretch of state forest. It's beautiful during the day, all dappled sunlight and quiet, but at dusk, it gets dark. I mean dark. The kind of dark that feels heavy, like a blanket you can't shake off. The trees just swallow the light whole. We got there in maybe 8 minutes. A sheriff's deputy was already on scene, his cruiser parked at an angle, headlights illuminating the scene. There was a small, beat-up sedan pulled over on the shoulder, and a woman was standing by the driver's door, her hands over her mouth. And in the middle of the road, maybe 20 feet from her bumper, was a mountain bike. It was twisted into a shape that metal shouldn't be able to make. The front wheel was folded back on itself like a pretzel. My eyes scanned for the rider. I saw him a second later, lying on the gravel shoulder just past the bike. He was on his back, not moving. Dave pulled the rig past the scene and parked us up ahead, a standard safety move to block the lane. The air was cool and still, and the only sound was the ticking of our diesel engine and the distant cry of a crow. We grabbed the gear. I had the trauma bag. Dave had the monitor and the airway kit. As we walked up, the deputy met us halfway. His face was tight, the way it gets when things are bad. "He's not looking good," the deputy said, his voice low. "Wasn't wearing a helmet, took the windshield with his head." We moved over to the body. He was a man, probably in his late 40s, early 50s. He had on those tight cycling shorts and a bright yellow jersey, now smeared with dirt and grass. But it was his head that made my stomach clench. There was a lot of blood. It had matted his short brown hair into a sticky, dark mess on one side, and a steady, thin trickle of it was running from his ear, down his neck, pooling in the hollow of his collarbone. His face was pale, a waxy, ghostly white. Dave dropped to his knees on one side. I took the other. I reached for his neck to check for a carotid pulse. My fingers pressed into the cool, clammy skin under his jaw. I waited, shifting my fingers slightly, searching for that telltale throb. Nothing. I looked at Dave and shook my head. "Sir, can you hear me?" Dave said, his voice loud and clear, while simultaneously pulling out the AED pads from the monitor. No response, not a twitch. The man's eyes were closed, but they weren't fully shut. There was a sliver of white showing, and his pupils, when I used my penlight to check, were fixed and fully dilated. They were black pools, just absorbing the dim light. No reaction at all. "Starting compressions," I said, my voice falling into that work rhythm. I locked my hands together, found the spot on his sternum, and started pushing down. The feel of ribs under my palms is something you never get used to. That gritty, cracking sensation. I did my 30 counts. Dave was ready with the bag valve mask. He sealed it over the man's mouth and nose and gave 2 breaths. The man's chest rose and fell with the forced air, a grotesque pantomime of life. We continued the cycle, compressions, breaths. The deputy was talking to the driver, a distraught woman who was sobbing about how he just came out of nowhere, how she never even had a chance to hit the brakes. The world had narrowed down to this patch of gravel, this broken body, and the rhythmic, desperate act of trying to force life back into it. We were maybe 3-4 minutes into the code. Dave was prepping to put an advanced airway in, and I was on my 5th or 6th round of compressions. My shoulders were starting to burn. I remember looking down at the man's face during a pause for breaths, noting the absolute stillness, the complete lack of any sign that a person was still in there. He was gone. We all knew it, but the protocol is the protocol. You work them until you can't, and that's when it happened. My hands were on his chest, pushing down for the next round of compressions. I was mid-push, my body weight leaning into it, when his eyes snapped open. They weren't the dull, fixed pupils from before. They were wide, wild, and they were looking right at me. Not through me, not at some distant point, but directly into my eyes. It was so sudden, so violently unexpected, that I froze. My hands just stopped, stuck to his sternum. Before I could even process it, before I could form a word, his body tensed. It wasn't a seizure, not the jerky, uncoordinated thrashing you see sometimes. This was a powerful, deliberate coiling of muscles. He drew his knees up towards his chest in one fluid, shockingly strong motion. A sound came out of his mouth. It wasn't a moan of pain or a confused question. It was a raw, guttural exhale, a sound that was all air and effort, like the last bit of steam escaping a broken pipe. Then he sat up. He just sat straight up. My hands were still on his chest, and the force of him rising just shoved them away like I was a child. 1 second he was a corpse on the ground, and the next he was upright, his head swiveling, those wide, frantic eyes scanning the trees that lined the road. Dave was staring, his mouth hanging open, the laryngoscope still in his hand. The deputy took a step back, his hand going instinctively to his sidearm. The woman in the car screamed, a short, sharp sound that was cut off as she clapped her hands back over her mouth. The man, the body, the patient, I don't even know what to call him, swung his legs around and planted his feet on the gravel. He stood up. He didn't stagger. He didn't wobble. He stood up with the solid, balanced stance of a man who had just finished a warm-up stretch. Not a man who had been dead on the side of the road with a catastrophic head injury seconds before. He looked at each of us for a split second. Me, Dave, the deputy. His expression was blank, utterly empty of any recognition or pain or fear. It was just a void. Then his gaze locked onto the tree line across the road. And he ran. He didn't jog. He didn't stumble into a run. He exploded into a full-on sprint. His legs pumped, his arms pistoned, and he was across the blacktop in a heartbeat, his cycling shoes slapping against the asphalt before he hit the dirt shoulder and vanished into the wall of shadows between the trees. The whole thing, from his eyes opening to him disappearing into the forest, took maybe 5 seconds, 6 tops. For a long moment, nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The only sound was the hum of the idling ambulance and the ragged sound of my own breathing. I was still on my knees, my hands suspended in the air where his chest had been. My brain was just a roaring static of disbelief. I felt cold, a deep internal cold that had nothing to do with the evening air. The deputy was the first one to break the spell. "What the hell?" he whispered, then louder. "What the hell?" He unholstered his flashlight and shone its powerful beam into the woods where the man had vanished. The light just cut a white tunnel into the impenetrable blackness, highlighting a few trunks and ferns, but there was nothing else. No movement, no sound of crashing footsteps. It was as if the forest had just swallowed him whole. Dave finally found his voice. He was dead, he said, his tone flat and numb. Mike, he had no pulse. His pupils were fixed and dilated. He was dead. I just nodded, unable to form words. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm that felt completely alien after the controlled metronomic pace of CPR. I looked down at my gloves. They were smeared with his blood. I looked at the ground where he'd been lying. There was a dark, damp patch in the gravel from the blood that had seeped from his head wound. The deputy was on his radio now, his voice cracking with a tension I'd never heard from him before. Unit 7. I need every available unit to respond to my location for a search. Subject is an adult male. Just ran into the woods off Old Mill Road. He's injured, head injury, considered unstable. He paused, struggling for the right word. Unstable, didn't even begin to cover it. Dave and I just stared at each other. The protocol was out the window. What were we supposed to do? Chase him? We were EMTS, not trackers. And the thought of following that thing into that darkness made the hair on my arms stand straight up. That's when I noticed it, or more accurately, when I noticed the lack of it, the blood. I looked from the patch of wet gravel to the edge of the road. I followed the path he had taken, my eyes tracing his sprint across the asphalt, to the dirt, to the tree line. I stood up, my knees popping, and walked over to where he'd entered the woods, the deputy's flashlight beam following me. There was no blood trail, not a single drop. A man with a severe bleeding head wound, a wound that had been actively trickling blood onto the ground just moments before, had run full tilt across 50 feet of terrain, and there was no sign of it. No spatter on the road, no smears on the leaves at the edge of the forest, no broken ferns with blood on them. Nothing. It was clean. His head, I said, my voice hoarse. Look at his head. Where's the blood? The deputy swung the light around, scanning the path. His face, already pale, went a shade grayer. I don't see any, he muttered. It made no sense. None of it made any sense. People don't just come back from that. They don't sit up under CPR with that kind of injury. They don't run with that kind of coordinated, powerful strength. And they sure as hell don't stop bleeding. Other units arrived soon after. A K9 unit showed up, and the dog was let loose at the tree line. It sniffed around for a minute, then just sat down and whined, refusing to go in. The handler was confused, said the dog was picking up a scent but was acting spooked, which wasn't like him. They brought in more people, volunteers from the local fire department, and they formed a line and started sweeping through the woods with their flashlights and yelling his name. Dave and I stood by the ambulance, useless. We gave our statements over and over to different officers, the words sounding more and more insane each time we said them. He was dead. Then he got up and ran. No, there was no blood trail. We packed up our gear. The trauma bag was open. The used AED pads were still on the ground, a silent testament to the fact that we had, without a doubt, been working a dead body. The search went on for hours, long after full dark had fallen. The woods were filled with the beams of a dozen flashlights crisscrossing in the dark and the distant echoing calls of the searchers. It was a cold, organized chaos. But they found nothing. No scrap of clothing caught on a branch, no footprint in a patch of mud, no sign that anyone had ever been in those woods. Eventually the search was called off for the night. They'd resume at first light, they said. We drove back to the station in complete silence. The greasy sausage sandwich debate felt like it had happened in another lifetime. The next day, and the day after that, they combed every inch of that state forest. They used drones with thermal cameras. They brought in more search teams. They never found him. No body. No confused, injured cyclist stumbling out onto a highway miles away. Nothing. It was like he ceased to exist the moment he passed the first tree. The official report was a mess. It listed him as a John Doe, described the accident, and then had a bizarre, disjointed section about the patient becoming combative and fleeing the scene prior to transport. It was a clinical, bureaucratic way of describing something that was utterly unclinical and unbureaucratic. It was a lie by omission because the truth was too strange to put on paper. I've been an EMT for 11 years. I've seen people die. I've seen people come back. I've seen bizarre things, sad things, miraculous things, but I have never ever seen anything like that. I lie awake some nights, and it's not the gore of the head injury I see. It's his eyes. In that single second they were open. There was nothing human in them. No pain, no fear, no relief. It was just a pure animal instinct to flee, housed in a body that should not have been capable of movement. And the blood, or the lack of it. That's the detail that haunts me the most. The one that makes the whole thing feel wrong in a way I can't articulate. A man with a wound like that doesn't just stop bleeding. It's not physically possible. I still drive down Old Mill Road sometimes during the day. I look at that spot, at the tree line. It looks ordinary, just trees and shadows, but I know what I saw. I know what happened. We poured every bit of our training and effort into saving a dead man, and for a few terrifying seconds, he decided he didn't need our help after all. He just got up and ran into the dark, and he took every possible explanation with him. We never learned if he was found. We never learned what he was. We never learned anything at all. Story 12. I still think about that day sometimes, and it's been years now, but it feels like it just happened yesterday. I was just a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, living in this old apartment with my 2 sisters. The place wasn't huge, just 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen that always smelled like whatever Mom had cooked last, usually something with onions because she loved them. That day started out normal, I guess. It was a Saturday, so no school, and we were all hanging around the living room, probably watching cartoons or something. I remember the sun was coming in through the blinds, making those stripy patterns on the carpet, and it was warm, but not too hot. Just a regular, lazy morning. The phone calls had been going on for a while before that, though. For weeks, we'd get these weird calls where someone would just breathe into the phone or say nothing at all. At first, we thought it was prank calls from kids in the neighborhood. You know how it is. Back then, everyone had landlines, and it was easy for someone to just dial a random number and mess with you. But then they started saying this name, Sandy. The voice would be all scratchy and low, like it was coming from far away, and it would just say, "It's Sandy," and then hang up. We didn't know any Sandy, and it creeped us out, but we tried to laugh it off. My eldest sister, she's a few years older than me, she'd always answer the phone because Mum was at work, and she'd get this serious look on her face when it happened. She'd say, "Who is this?" But there'd be no answer, or just that breathing. That day, though, it was different. I remember it was around 11 in the morning when the phone rang again. We were all in the living room, and my eldest sister picked it up. I was sitting on the floor playing with some toys, and I could see her face change. Her eyes got wide, and she held the phone away from her ear a little, like she didn't want to hear it. She whispered, "It's her again," and we all froze. Then she put the phone on speaker because she wanted us to hear it too. The voice was there, but it wasn't just saying Sandy this time. It was like a real conversation was happening in the background. I could hear other voices, muffled, like people talking in another room. And then Sandy's voice would cut in, all whispery and slow. She said things like, "I'm watching you," and "I'm right outside." My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. It wasn't just scary, it felt personal, like whoever it was knew exactly where we were. My eldest sister kept listening, and her hand was shaking. She said later that she heard breathing right up close to the receiver, like someone was holding the phone to their mouth, and then she heard what sounded like someone moving around, like footsteps or something scraping. I remember the hair on my arm stood up, and I got this cold feeling in my stomach. We all huddled together on the couch, not saying much, just staring at the phone like it was going to jump at us. After a minute, my sister hung up, and we just sat there in silence. The room felt different suddenly, darker even though the sun was still out, like the air got heavier. We tried to tell ourselves it was nothing, but then the phone rang again, almost right away. This time, my sister didn't answer it. She just let it ring, and each ring felt like it was shaking the whole apartment. After it stopped, we decided we had to do something. My eldest sister said we should call Mom, but Mom was at work and wouldn't be home for hours. So we called our grandma instead. Grandma lived about 20 minutes away, and she always knew what to do. When we told her what was happening, she said to come over right away, so we grabbed our stuff, just some clothes and whatever we had, and got ready to leave. Leaving the apartment was scary because we had to go out the front door, and I kept thinking someone was watching us. The hallway outside our apartment was always kind of dim, with this ugly brown carpet and a smell like old food. As we were locking the door, I swear I heard a noise from inside, like a floorboard creaking, but when I looked back, there was nothing. We hurried down the stairs, not even waiting for the elevator, and ran to the bus stop. The whole time, I felt like we were being followed. Every time a car passed or someone walked by, I'd jump. My sisters were quiet too, just holding on to each other. And I remember my youngest sister was crying a little but trying to hide it. When we got to Grandma's house, it was a relief at first. Her place always smelled like cookies and laundry detergent, and she gave us hugs and sat us down in the living room. We told her everything, and she listened carefully, not interrupting. She said we did the right thing by coming over, and she called the police to report it just in case. The police said they'd send someone to check out our apartment, so a little while later, a policeman showed up at Grandma's to talk to us. He was a nice guy, kind of tall with a mustache, and he asked us questions about the calls and if we'd seen anyone suspicious. We told him about Sandy and the breathing, and he wrote it all down in a little notebook. Then he said he wanted to go take a look at our apartment, and since Grandma lived close, he offered to drive over with one of us to identify the place. My eldest sister went with him because she was the oldest, and Grandma stayed with me and my other sister. We waited at Grandma's, trying to watch TV, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me nervous. The fridge humming, a car door slamming outside. I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see someone there. About an hour later, the policeman and my sister came back, and their faces were pale. My sister was shaking, and the policeman looked serious. He told us that when they got to our apartment, everything seemed normal at first. They went inside, and he checked around, nothing out of place. But then, as they were about to leave, he looked out the bedroom window. Our apartment was on the second floor, and the window faced the back alley, where there's not much light. He said he saw a man standing there, just staring up at the window. The man wasn't moving, just standing there, and he was wearing dark clothes, so it was hard to see his face. Then, the man raised his hand and waved slowly, like he knew they were watching, and before the policeman could do anything, he just turned and disappeared into the shadows. Hearing that made my blood run cold. I felt like I couldn't breathe for a second. The policeman said he ran outside to check, but there was no one there. No footprints, nothing. It was like the man vanished into thin air. They searched the area for a while but found nothing. No sign of anyone, no evidence of who it could be. The policeman said he'd file a report, but there wasn't much else he could do. He told us to stay at Grandma's for the night, and we did. We never found out who Sandy was or who that man was. The call stopped after that day, and we moved out of that apartment not long after, but to this day, I can't explain what happened. It's just this thing that hangs over our family, something we talk about sometimes when we're together, and we all get quiet. I still get chills thinking about that wave, how casual it was, like it was all a game to whoever it was. And I'll never forget the sound of that breathing on the phone, so close it felt like it was right in the room with us. Story 13. Okay, so I've been sitting on this for a while, and I guess I need to get it out there. I've always been into collecting things, you know, stamps, coins, But a few years back, I started picking up porcelain dolls. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's the craftsmanship, or maybe I just like the way they look, all delicate and frozen in time. My apartment's not huge, but it's cozy, and I've got shelves lined with them. Most are clowns, which I know creep some people out, but there's this one that isn't. She's just a regular girl doll, with blonde hair tied in ribbons, and a pale blue dress that's a bit faded. I found her at a flea market a couple years ago, and something about her called to me. I didn't think much of it then, but now, well, I'll get to that. The day it happened was a Tuesday, I think. Yeah, a Tuesday in early October. The air was starting to get that crisp feel, and I'd spent the morning cleaning up around the place. I remember because I'd just dusted the doll shelves, making sure each one was positioned just right. I live alone, so it's quiet most of the time. But that day, the quiet felt heavier, like the air was thick with something I couldn't name. I'd been feeling a bit off for a week or so. Little things, like I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, nothing was there. I chalked it up to stress or lack of sleep. Around midday, I was in the living room trying to read a book, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting to the doll shelf across the room. That non-clown doll, I never gave her a name, just called her the girl doll, was sitting there, same as always. But then I noticed something. Her eyes. They're this glassy blue, and usually they're fixed straight ahead, but I swear they were angled toward me, not like a full turn, just a subtle shift, like when you sense someone watching you and you glance over. I shook my head, thinking I was imagining things. I got up and walked closer, and her eyes seemed to follow me, not in a smooth, movie-like way, but in little jerks, like they were adjusting. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this cold prickle on the back of my neck. I told myself it was the light or my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I spent the next couple of hours trying to ignore it. I made lunch, watched some TV, but every time I looked over, her eyes were on me. It was unnerving, like having a silent observer in the room. I even moved her to a different spot, thinking maybe the angle was wrong, but it didn't help. Her gaze felt intense, almost pleading. I started feeling antsy, like I needed to get out, but it was my home, you know? I shouldn't have to flee my own space. As the afternoon wore on, the light started to fade. I have these thick curtains in the living room. They're dark red, and when the sun sets, they cast long shadows. I was tidying up, putting away some books, when I heard a soft rustling sound. At first I thought it was the wind outside, but my windows were shut. I froze, listening. Nothing. Then I saw it. The curtain by the window, the one near the doll shelf, twitched. Not like a breeze had caught it, but like someone was hiding behind it and had moved slightly. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there staring, my hands trembling. The room felt colder, and I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I took a step closer, my legs feeling like lead. Part of me wanted to run, but another part was curious, driven by this weird need to see what was there. Slowly, I moved toward the curtain. It was one of those heavy fabric ones with folds that could easily conceal someone. And then I saw her. Peeking out from behind the curtain was a girl. A real girl, but not real, if that makes sense. She had long, wavy hair that looked tangled and dark, like it hadn't been brushed in ages. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress, something you'd see in a vintage photo, all lace and faded fabric. Her face was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were wide with fear. She looked scared, like she was hiding from something, not threatening, just terrified. I stumbled back, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. I just stared, and she stared back for a second before ducking behind the curtain again. The whole thing lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. My mind was screaming that this wasn't possible, that I was hallucinating, but I knew what I saw. The details are burned into my brain. The way her hair fell over her shoulders, the slight tremble in her lips, the old dress that looked like it belonged in another century. After she disappeared, I stood there for what felt like hours, shaking. The room was dead silent, but I could still feel her presence, like a cold spot in the air. I glanced at the doll shelf, and the girl doll's eyes were fixed on the curtain, as if she'd seen it too. That's when it hit me, the connection. This ghost girl, or whatever she was, felt tied to the doll, not in a possessive way, but like they were linked, like the doll was an anchor for her. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to tear the place apart, to prove it was all in my head. But another part felt this overwhelming sadness. She looked so scared, so lost. I slowly walked over to the curtain and pulled it back. Nothing. Just the wall and the window. No sign of her, but the feeling lingered. This eerie stillness that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I spent the rest of the evening on edge, jumping at every little sound. I kept the lights on, even though it was only early evening. I tried to go about my normal routine, making dinner, cleaning up, but my hands were shaky and I kept glancing over my shoulder. At one point I thought I heard a faint crying sound, but it was so soft I couldn't be sure. Maybe it was the wind or my imagination, but it felt real. As night fell, I decided to check on the doll. I picked her up. She felt cold, heavier than I remembered. Her porcelain skin was smooth, and her eyes, now that I looked closely, had this depth to them, like they held secrets. I placed her back on the shelf, but this time I turned her to face the wall, thinking it might help. But almost immediately I felt guilty, like I was punishing her for something she didn't do. So I turned her back, and her eyes seemed to soften, if that's even possible. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle from outside made me bolt upright. I kept thinking about the ghost girl. Why was she scared? What was she hiding from? And why did she show herself to me? I've always been skeptical about this stuff, but now I'm not so sure. The next morning, everything was quiet. No moving eyes, no ghostly appearances, but the memory of that day is stuck with me. I haven't seen her since, but I still care for the doll, almost like she's a living thing. I dust her regularly, make sure she's positioned nicely, and sometimes I talk to her, hoping that if the ghost girl is connected, she's at peace now. But I'm unsettled, deeply unsettled. There's this paranormal link that I can't explain, and it haunts me more than any horror movie ever could. I don't know what it means, and I probably never will. All I know is that on that Tuesday, something changed in my apartment, and in me, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. Story 14. I got home a little after 11. The house was dark and quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. My mom had left the porch light on for me, a little yellow glow that made me feel guilty for being out so late, even though I'm a grown adult. I remember kicking off my shoes by the door, the thump, thump as they hit the wall, and padding into the living room in my socks. My mom was asleep on the couch, the TV flickering on some infomercial with the volume down low. She must have been waiting up for me. I remember feeling a surge of affection for her, mixed with that same guilt. I shook her shoulder gently. Mom. Hey, I'm home. Go to bed. She stirred, blinking up at me in the bluish light from the screen. You're back, she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. Did you have a good time? Yeah, it was fun, I said, my own words slurring just a little. I sat down on the edge of the couch next to her, the cushions sighing under my weight. I started telling her about the dinner, about Sarah's new job, about the ridiculously rich tiramisu we'd shared. I was just rambling, the words tumbling out in that lazy, wine-soaked way they do. I was mid-sentence, telling her about the waiter who looked like our old dentist, when I just drifted off. The exhaustion and the alcohol pulled me under like a riptide. 1 second I was talking, the next I was gone. The next thing I knew, it was morning. Sunlight was streaming through the living room blinds, painting hot stripes on the carpet. I was still on the couch, but someone had put a blanket over me. My head throbbed with a dull, familiar ache. Not a hangover, really, just the price you pay for a few glasses of wine when you're that tired. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and stretched. It was a Saturday morning, quiet and still. For a moment, everything felt normal, peaceful. Then my mom came in from the kitchen. She was holding a mug of coffee, but she wasn't drinking it. She was just standing there looking at me, and her face, it was pale, tight. Her eyes were wide, with dark circles under them, like she hadn't slept at all. "Rough night?" I asked, trying to sound light. My voice was gravelly. She didn't smile. She just kept staring at me, her knuckles white around the coffee mug. "Do you remember anything from last night? After you came home?" I thought back. Coming home, waking her up on the couch, talking about the dinner. I remember talking to you. I must have fallen asleep mid-sentence. Sorry about that. "You did more than fall asleep," she said. Her voice was low, almost a whisper. She came and sat in the armchair across from me, placing the mug on the side table without ever taking her eyes off me. "You started talking, but it wasn't. It wasn't you." A cold little knot started to form in my stomach. "What do you mean it wasn't me? I was just drunk talking, Mom. You know how I get." She shook her head, a quick, sharp movement. "Number, this was different. Your voice, it changed." She swallowed, and I could see her throat working. It was flat, monotone, and you were speaking in this rhythm. It wasn't English, it wasn't any language I've ever heard. It was just sounds, but they were deliberate, patterned, like a chant or a prayer. I stared at her. The knot in my stomach tightened. "What are you talking about?" I don't do stuff like that." "You sat straight up," she continued, her gaze fixed on a point somewhere past my shoulder, like she was watching it happen all over again. "You were still asleep, I'm sure of it. Your eyes were open, but they were blank. Just empty. And you stopped making that sound, that horrible rhythmic sound, and you said, in this perfectly clear, cold voice." She paused, taking a shaky breath. "You said, 'No, he's waiting. I have to go.'" A chill, sharp and electric shot down my spine. I said, "What? He's waiting, I have to go." Then you stood up. You just got off the couch and you walked towards the front door. You were muttering that strange language again under your breath. She wrapped her arms around herself. "I called your name. I said it loud. I grabbed your arm. You didn't even flinch. It was like I wasn't even there. Your arm was cold. Your skin was cold. You just kept walking, your hand reaching for the doorknob." My mouth had gone dry. I couldn't process what she was saying. It sounded like a scene from a bad horror movie, not something that happened in our quiet, beige-colored living room. "What did you do?" "I got in front of you. I put my body between you and the door. I was shaking you, shouting your name, and you just stopped. You looked right through me, then you turned around and walked back to the couch and lay down. Just like that, and you were asleep. Normal sleep, I could see it. I stayed up the rest of the night just watching you. I was too scared to sleep." I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. "Jesus, Mom, that's insane. I don't remember any of that. Not a thing." I tried to laugh, but it came out as a strangled cough. "It was just a weird dream. Sleepwalking. I was stressed and I had some wine. It happens." She just looked at me, and the fear in her eyes was so raw, so real, that my own flippant explanation died in my throat. "That's what I thought," she said quietly. At first I tried to tell myself that, until a few hours later. I didn't like the way she said that. "What do you mean, a few hours later?" "It was about 4 in the morning. The house was dead quiet. I was sitting right here in this chair just watching you sleep on the couch. I must have dozed off for a minute, because the next thing I knew, I wasn't alone in my room." She has her own bedroom down the hall. The thought of her being in there, trying to sleep after what she'd seen, made my skin crawl. I woke up because I felt a presence, she whispered. I opened my eyes, and you were standing next to my bed. The air in the room suddenly felt thick, heavy. I couldn't speak. You were just standing there, not moving, staring down at me. The streetlight was coming through the window and I could see your face. It was that same blank look. No expression at all. And then you started speaking again. That same rhythmic, alien language. It was low, but it filled the room. It was all I could hear. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I could feel a cold sweat pricking at the back of my neck. This wasn't a story anymore. This was a memory she was reliving, and her terror was infecting me. I was frozen, she said, her voice trembling. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just lay there listening to you speak in a tongue that shouldn't exist, and then you stopped. You leaned down closer to my face, and you repeated the words, the English words. In that same cold, flat voice, you said, "He's waiting, I have to go." She was crying now, silent tears tracking down her cheeks. She didn't bother to wipe them away. I squeezed my eyes shut. I started praying, something I haven't done since I was a girl. I didn't know what else to do. I don't know how long I laid there like that. When I finally found the courage to open my eyes again, you were gone. The doorway was empty. I heard your bedroom door click shut down the hall. We sat in silence for a long time. The cheerful morning sun felt like a mockery. I could hear a bird chirping outside, the normal everyday sound clashing violently with the thing my mother had just described. I had done that. I had stood over my mother's bed in the dead of night and spoken in a language I didn't know, saying a threat I didn't understand. "I don't remember," I said again, but the words were weak, useless. I was asleep. I must have been sleepwalking. "That's what I told myself the first time," my mom said, her voice hollow. "The first time." The words landed in the quiet room like a stone. The chill that had been creeping over me turned to ice. "What do you mean, the first time?" My own voice was barely a whisper. She looked at me then, really looked at me, and her expression was one of such profound, ancient dread that it stole the air from my lungs. "When you were 16, she said, "you had a fever, a bad one, 104. We were in your old room, the one with the blue curtains. I was sitting on the edge of your bed, putting a cold cloth on your forehead. You were delirious, tossing and turning, and then you sat up, just like last night. Your eyes were glassy with fever, but they had that same emptiness. And you started making this sound, this low, rhythmic chanting. It wasn't the same sounds as last night, but it was the same kind of thing, a pattern, a language." I felt the blood drain from my face. I had a vague, foggy memory of being very sick once, of my mum being scared. But this, "You looked at me," she continued, her story gaining a nightmarish momentum now that the dam had broken. "And you said, in a voice that was not your teenage boy voice, you said, 'He is not pleased.' Then you lay back down and went into a fitful sleep. I called the doctor the next morning, and he said it was just fever dreams, hallucinations. I wanted to believe him. I forced myself to believe him. I buried it. For over a decade, I buried it so deep I almost convinced myself it never happened." She leaned forward, her eyes pleading with me to understand the horror she had been carrying alone all these years. Until last night. It was the same. The same empty eyes, the same unnatural speech, the same message, "He's waiting." Last time it was, "He is not pleased." It's the same thing. The word "thing" hung in the air between us, ugly and final. We spent the rest of the day in a sort of dazed, silent truce. We didn't talk about it again. We went through the motions of a normal Saturday. We ate lunch. We watched some TV. But the atmosphere in the house had changed. It was charged, brittle. Every time I got up to go to the kitchen or the bathroom, I could feel my mom's eyes on me, watching, waiting, and I found myself watching her back, seeing the new tension in her shoulders, the way she jumped at small sounds. I tried to Google it. sleep talking in unknown languages. It's called xenoglossy, and it's a thing, a rare and disputed thing, but a thing nonetheless. Medical journals said it was the brain accessing latent memories or creating complex gibberish. Paranormal forums told a different story. They talked about possession, about channeling, about ancient spirits and dark attachments. I slammed my laptop shut. I didn't know which was worse. As evening fell, the unease inside me grew from a knot into a living, breathing thing. It was a physical sensation, a constant low-grade hum of dread in my veins. I kept looking at the front door, that plain wooden door with its brass knob. Last night, in a state I couldn't remember, I had tried to open it. I had tried to go to him. Who was he? The question echoed in my head, a terrifying loop with no answer. Was it a memory, a ghost, a fragment of a past life, or was it something else, something outside of me that had found a way in twice now, once through fever, once through exhaustion, and spoken through my mouth with its own terrible purpose? My mom went to bed early, claiming a headache. I knew she was just afraid to be awake with me after dark. I couldn't blame her. I was afraid to be awake with myself. I'm sitting here now, in the living room, in the same spot where it all started. The house is dark again. It's quiet, but it's a different kind of quiet now. It's a listening quiet. I keep my back to the wall so I can see the whole room. I keep looking at the front door. Every creak of the house settling, every rustle of the trees outside makes my heart stutter. I don't feel drunk or tired anymore. I feel watched. I feel like a borrowed thing. The words my mother told me are playing over and over in my mind, and with them comes a feeling I can't shake. A deep, cellular unease that tells me this isn't over, that he is, in fact, still waiting, and I have no idea what he wants or what I'm supposed to do when he decides I've waited long enough. The worst part is, I don't know if the next time it happens, I'll be asleep to see it coming. Story 15. That night, a couple of friends from down the street were over, and we were just hanging out on the back porch, swatting mosquitoes and talking about nothing. The kind of bored, aimless talking you do when you're a kid, and the summer feels both endless and boring. The streetlight from the road behind the fields cast a long, sickly yellow glow that just barely reached the edge of the corn, making the first few rows look like pale, skeletal soldiers. It was quiet. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs from the lake had gone silent about an hour before. We'd noticed it, joked that maybe a monster ate them all, but it was the kind of joke that doesn't feel funny even when you're saying it. The air was dead still. Not a leaf on the big oak tree in the yard was moving. Then the scream happened. It wasn't an animal. I've heard foxes, I've heard rabbits caught by owls. This was different. It was a sharp, tearing sound, like metal being ripped apart, but it was a voice. A human voice, or something trying real hard to sound like one. It was a mix of the purest, most bottomless fear you can imagine, and this raw, furious rage. It came from deep in the cornfields, and the second it hit our ears, my whole body went cold. It was the kind of sound that doesn't just startle you, it reaches inside your chest and squeezes. We all froze. I remember looking at my cousin, and his face was just white, his eyes wide and fixed on the wall of corn. The sound hung in the air for a second, and then it was gone, leaving this heavy, ringing silence that was somehow worse. Someone, I think it was one of the other kids, whispered, "What was that?" None of us had an answer. We just stared into the darkness between the corn stalks. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then, like the dumbest kids in the entire history of the world, we decided to go check it out. It wasn't a brave decision. It was the kind of decision you make when you're in a group and you're all scared, and not going feels like admitting a fear that's too big to name. My cousin didn't want to. I saw him shaking his head, his arms crossed tight over his chest, but the rest of us, fueled by a stupid, fragile courage, started moving off the porch. To get into the fields, you had to push through a thicket of blackberry bushes that ran along the property line. The thorns were vicious. They caught on our t-shirts and jeans, scratching long, thin lines into our arms and legs. I remember the sting, sharp and immediate, and the sticky feeling of a few spots of blood already welling up. We were on our hands and knees, crawling through a narrow tunnel we'd made over the years, the dirt cool and damp beneath my palms. Then we were in the corn. It was a different world in there. The air was thicker, heavier. The streetlight was gone, replaced by an almost complete blackness, just little slivers of moonlight filtering down through the canopy of leaves high above. The corn stalks were way over our heads, pressing in on all sides. We had to turn sideways to move between the rows. The ground was soft, uneven, covered in dried husks and leaves that crunched under our sneakers. But the sound seemed muffled, like the corn was swallowing the noise. We stood there for a minute, just listening. Our breathing sounded too loud. I could hear the blood pulsing in my ears. Then the scream came again. This time, it was closer, much closer. It felt like it was just a few rows over to our left. It was the same horrible sound, that shrieking blend of terror and hate. It didn't fade away. It just stopped abruptly, cut off like someone had hit a mute button. We didn't speak. We just looked at each other, our eyes wide in the gloom. I could see the panic on my cousin's face now, pure and undiluted. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my skin. We started moving slowly, shuffling forward, trying to be quiet. Every rustle we made sounded like a thunderclap. We'd take a few steps, then stop and listen. The silence was absolute. It was a waiting silence. It felt like the whole field was holding its breath. We'd maybe gone 20 feet when it screamed again, this time from our right. It was impossible. To get from where it was to where it was now, it would have had to crash through dozens of rows of corn. We would have heard it. We would have seen the stalks shaking, but there was nothing, no movement, no sound of footsteps. It was just the scream, hanging in the air right beside us, and then the silence rushing back in. My stomach was a tight, cold knot. This wasn't fun anymore. This wasn't an adventure. This was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. "We should go back," my cousin whispered, his voice trembling. But before any of us could answer, it moved again. We heard it. Not the scream, but the sound of it moving. It was a fast, shuffling sound, like something being dragged quickly through the dry leaves. It went from our right, past behind us, to our left. It circled us, and the whole time the corn stalks around us didn't move. Not a single one. They stood perfectly still, like they were made of stone. The sound of movement was all around us, a frantic rustling in the dead leaves, but the source of the sound was invisible. It was like listening to a ghost run. That's when the real fear set in. The kind that makes your legs feel weak and your bladder feel full. This thing, whatever it was playing with us. It was herding us. We were huddled together, back to back, turning in a slow, terrified circle, trying to see something, anything. The shuffling sound stopped. The silence came back, deeper and heavier than before. It felt like the field was pressing in on us, the stalks getting closer. I could smell the dry, dusty scent of the corn and the sour smell of my own fear. Then it spoke. It wasn't a scream this time. It was a voice, low and raspy, a dry whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was so close I felt the words more than I heard them, a vibration in the air right next to my ear. "Don't leave." The voice was ancient. It was cracked and broken, full of a sadness so deep it felt like a physical weight. But underneath the sadness, there was that same fury from the scream, a hot, coiling anger. We broke. There was no discussion, no signal. 1 second we were frozen, the next we were running. It was a blind, panicked flight. We didn't care about the direction, we just ran away from the voice. We crashed through the corn, the stalks whipping against our faces and arms, leaving stinging welts. Thorns from bushes we couldn't see tore at our jeans, scraping the skin off our shins and calves. I could feel the warm trickle of blood running down into my socks. I didn't care. All I could think was that I had to get out. I had to get back to the light. The screaming started again behind us, but this time it didn't stay behind us. It moved with us. It would be to our left. Then it would cut directly across our path, the sound passing right in front of our faces without disturbing a single stalk. Then it would be behind us again, so close I could feel a cold spot on the back of my neck, like a breath of air from an open freezer. We were sobbing, gasping for air, our lungs burning. I remember the taste of dirt and snot in my mouth. I remember tripping over a root and sprawling face first into the dirt, the wind knocked out of me. One of the other kids yanked me up by my shirt, and we kept going, our legs pumping, driven by pure animal terror. I don't know how we found our way back to the blackberry thicket. It was just suddenly there in front of us. We scrambled through it, not caring about the thorns now, just desperate to get through to the other side. I fell out onto the grass of the backyard, scraping my palms raw on the gravelly soil. We didn't stop. We ran across the lawn, up the porch steps, and slammed the screen door shut behind us. We stood there, panting, bleeding, covered in dirt and scratches, huddled together in the dim light of the porch bulb. We looked back at the field. It was silent. The crickets had started up again. The frogs were chirping down by the lake. It was like the last 10 minutes had never happened. But the proof was all over us. The bleeding scratches on our legs, the torn clothes, the absolute terror that was still screaming through our veins. My cousin was crying quietly, his whole body shaking. He looked at me, and his eyes were hollow. "I'm never going back there," he whispered. "Never." And he never did, not ever. He lived in that house for years after, until he passed away in his sleep a decade later. But he never, ever set foot in that field again. He wouldn't even mow the lawn near the blackberry bushes. For years I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, a trick of the wind, our imaginations running wild. But I knew what we heard. I knew that voice. And then, a few years ago, long after I'd moved away, I heard the stories from people who still live in that town. They talk about seeing an old woman in the cornfield sometimes, just around dusk or on moonlit nights like that one. They say she's barefoot, her feet caked with dirt, and she's always crying. They say she walks between the rows without making a sound, and if you get too close, you can hear a dry, raspy whisper on the wind. They say she's looking for someone. I don't go back to visit much anymore. Story 16. All right, I'll just get right into it. I've never written anything like this down before, but I can't stop thinking about it, and maybe typing it out will help. Or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But I need to get it out. It happened last autumn. My parents had finally bought this old house they'd been obsessed with for years. It was built in 1848, right here in Ontario. A big, stubborn brick thing that had seen better days. We all knew it was a fixer-upper, but my dad is a contractor, so he saw it as a project. I was staying with them for a few weeks to help out with some of the lighter work. The day it happened was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. It was one of those late September days where the sun is weak, but the air is already getting that cold bite. The house was always cold, no matter what we did with the thermostat. You'd just get used to it, this sort of damp, settled chill that felt like it was part of the bricks themselves. My job that day was in the kitchen. There was this huge floor-to-ceiling cabinet built into the wall, one of those old, solid wood things that felt like it weighed a ton. It was ugly and impractical, and my dad decided it had to go. The plan was to tear it out and open up the space. Simple, right? I started by emptying it out, just a bunch of my mom's extra dishes and some dusty canning jars. Then I got my crowbar and started prying it away from the wall. The wood groaned and splintered, and the nails screamed like they didn't want to let go. It was tough work, and I was sweating even in the cold. I finally got one side loose and managed to wedge myself behind it to see what I was dealing with. That's when I saw it. Behind the cabinet, the plaster wall didn't look right. It was a different color, a patchwork of newer plaster over what looked like an old framed-in doorway. I called my dad over. He shone his work light into the gap and let out a low whistle. "Would you look at that?" he said. "They sealed up a whole passage." We were both kind of excited, you know. It felt like a fun mystery. What was back there? An old pantry, a root cellar. We got the rest of the cabinet down in a hurry, the excitement making us work faster. The sealed-up doorway was now fully exposed. My dad got a sledgehammer, and with a few good swings, broke through the old lath and plaster. A cloud of dust and that old house smell, a mix of dry rot, mothballs and time, billowed out. We coughed and waved our hands in front of our faces. When the dust settled, we pointed our lights inside. It wasn't a pantry, it was a hallway, a narrow, completely sealed hallway, maybe 4 feet wide, that ran straight back into darkness, and it was filled from floor to ceiling with insulation, but not the nice yellow fiberglass bats we'd been using elsewhere in the house. This was the old grey, loose-fill kind, like a million shredded newspapers packed tightly together. It looked like a solid, fuzzy wall. "What the hell?" my dad muttered. He reached out and poked it. It was dense. Why would anyone pack a hallway full of this stuff? We'd been having a weird problem with insulation in the attic. My dad would lay down fresh bats, and a few days later there would be patches missing, like something had pulled them up and dragged them away. We'd blamed it on squirrels or raccoons, even though we never found any droppings or entry points. It was just one of those annoying, unexplained things about an old house. I remember looking at that wall of grey fluff and feeling a little prickle on the back of my neck. It was too perfectly packed, too intentional. My dad, ever practical, said we had to clear it out to see where the hall led. He went to get a shop vac and some heavy-duty garbage bags. I stayed there, just staring into the opening. The air coming out of it was even colder than the rest of the house. It had a smell, too, underneath the dust. It's hard to describe. It was sweet, but in a stale, cloying way, like old perfume that had gone off. While he was gone, I leaned in a little closer, shining my phone light around the edges of the insulation. That's when I saw it, sitting right on top of the packed-in insulation, about halfway down the hallway, was a teacup and saucer. My heart just sort of stuttered in my chest. It was so out of place. The hallway was a mess of decades-old dust and this gross grey insulation, but this teacup set was pristine. It was a delicate bone china with a pattern of little pink roses and a gold rim. It looked clean, like it had just been washed and set down, and it was just sitting there on the surface of the insulation, not sunk in, not covered in dust. The insulation around it was perfectly smooth, untouched, as if the cup and saucer had been placed there with impossible care, or as if the insulation had been poured around it without disturbing it at all. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to get closer. A deep, cold feeling was starting to settle in my gut, replacing the initial excitement. This was wrong. My dad came back with the vacuum. I pointed it out to him, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. "Dad!" Look, he saw it and his eyebrows furrowed. "Well, that's odd," was all he said. "He's not a superstitious man." He plugged in the shop vac and started sucking out the insulation. The noise was deafening in the small space. I held the bag open as grey dust filled the air, making us cough again. It was slow, tedious work. The vacuum hose would get clogged, and my dad would have to stop and clear it. With every bag we filled, the hallway was revealed inch by inch. The walls were the original brick, rough and uneven. The floor was wide plank wood, thick with grime, and the whole time that teacup just sat there, unmoving, on a slowly shrinking mountain of insulation. It felt like it was watching us. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like. It was an audience to our work. Finally, we had most of the insulation cleared out, enough to see that the hallway ended in a small, square room, no bigger than a walk-in closet. It was completely empty, just 4 brick walls, a wooden floor, and a ceiling lost in shadow. The teacup was now just sitting on a small, final pile of insulation in the center of this little room. My dad turned off the shop vac The sudden silence was heavy and absolute. It was so quiet I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. The air in the room was dead. No draught, no sound from the house. It was a pocket of absolute stillness. "Let's get a picture of this," my dad said, breaking the silence. He sounded uneasy now too. He pulled out his phone. "Your mom will never believe it." He took a few pictures, the flash lighting up the little brick room in stark white bursts. It made the shadows jump and then plunge back into darkness. I took my phone out too, feeling like I needed my own record of this. I snapped a couple of pictures of the room and a close-up of the teacup on its bed of grey fluff. We stood there for a minute just looking at it. The mystery was solved, but it felt worse. We'd found where the missing insulation was going, but the how was now 1,000 times more frightening, and the teacup made no sense at all. "We should just take it out," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I just wanted it gone. I wanted the hole sealed back up." My dad nodded. He reached into the room, his movements slow and cautious. His fingers closed around the delicate handle of the cup. He lifted it, and the temperature dropped. I'm not talking about a little chill. I'm talking about the air getting so cold, so fast, that the moisture in my nose felt like it was freezing. I saw my own breath plume out in a white cloud. My dad jerked his hand back, the cup and saucer now in his grip, and stumbled back a step. His face was pale. "What was that?" I gasped, my teeth almost chattering. He didn't answer. He was just staring at the now empty space where the cup had been. The small pile of insulation was perfectly smooth, with a slight indentation where the saucer had rested. We practically fell over each other getting out of that hallway and back into the kitchen. The cold didn't follow us. It was like it was contained in that little room. The kitchen felt almost warm by comparison. My dad set the teacup and saucer down on the kitchen counter like it was a live bomb. We both just stared at it, breathing heavily. It looked so innocent sitting there on the formica. So normal. That's when my mom came home. She took one look at our dust-covered, pale faces and the hole in the wall and knew something was up. We started talking over each other, trying to explain. She listened, her eyes getting wider, and then she saw the teacup. "Let me see those pictures," she said, her voice steady but tight. My dad pulled out his phone, and we huddled around him as he opened the photo gallery. The first few pictures were just as we remembered. The dark brick room, the pile of insulation, the cup. Then he swiped to the last one he'd taken, the one right before he picked up the cup. The screen showed the little room, lit by the camera flash, but it wasn't empty anymore. Floating in the air, all over the room, were orbs, dozens of them. They weren't dust spots. They were perfect, bright white spheres of light, each one distinct and glowing from within. Some were small, some were larger than a baseball. They were scattered throughout the room, hovering at different heights. We all went dead silent. "What are those?" my mom whispered. My dad just shook his head, his thumb hovering over the screen. He swiped to the next picture, the close-up of the teacup. This one was worse. Stretching up from the cup, like a wisp of smoke but made of light, was a faint, plasma-like shape. It was tall and thin, almost humanoid, but with no real features. It was a shimmering, translucent column that seemed to be reaching upwards. You could see the brick wall right through it, but it was undeniably there. I felt sick. My hands were trembling. I fumbled for my own phone and opened my photos. My pictures were the same. The orbs in the room shot, the eerie, glowing figure in the teacup close-up. It was real. It was on both our phones. We tried to rationalize it, a trick of the light, moisture in the air, lens flare, but we both took the pictures at different times, from different angles, and that shape, it looked like something. It felt like something. We never went back to seal up the hole that day. We just left it. My dad nailed a sheet of plywood over the opening in the kitchen wall, a temporary fix that's still there now. The teacup and saucer are in a box in the garage. Nobody wants to touch them. Nobody wants to look at them. The worst part, the part that still keeps me up at night, is the realization that clicked into place later that evening, sitting in the living room with all the lights on. The disappearing insulation from the attic. It wasn't being taken, it was being used. Something was packing it into that hallway, bricking itself in, and it had been doing it for who knows how long, using the insulation we were bringing into the house, and we'd undone its work. We'd opened the door, and we took the one thing that was in there with it. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear a faint, dry rustling from behind the plywood wall in the kitchen, like someone softly crumpling a piece of paper over and over again. I don't know what was in that room. I don't know why the teacup was there, clean and untouched. I don't know what the things in the pictures are. All I know is that we found something that was supposed to stay hidden. And I don't think it's happy that we found it. I think it's still here, and I think it wants its cup back. Story 17. I got to the trailhead around 10 in the morning the day before. The sky was this impossible blue, and the leaves were just starting to turn. I remember thinking how lucky I was to have a whole Tuesday and Wednesday to myself. My pack felt good on my shoulders, not too heavy. I had my tent, my sleeping bag, a couple of dehydrated meals, and a book. The usual. The hike up was peaceful. Just the sound of my boots on the dirt and my own breathing. I passed a couple of guys coming down who gave me a nod, and that was it. I didn't see another soul for the rest of the day. I found a spot to camp a little off the main trail, near a small creek. It was a flat, clear patch of ground, surrounded by these big rhododendron bushes. It felt private, safe. I set up my tent, cooked my dinner, and just sat on a log, watching the sun go down. The woods got dark fast, the kind of dark your eyes never really adjust to. I read for a bit by my headlamp, the little circle of light feeling very small in all that blackness, and then I zipped myself into my tent for the night. I slept okay. Woke up a couple of times to the sound of something moving around outside. Probably a raccoon or a deer. It didn't freak me out. You hear stuff like that all the time. I just listen for a minute, hear the rustling move away, and go back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up with the sun. It was cold, my breath making little clouds inside the tent. I unzipped the fly, still bundled in my sleeping bag, just wanting to see the morning. And that's when I saw it. Propped right up against the side of my tent, right by the door, was this little bundle. It was about the size of my fist. It was made of dried twigs, all bound together with what looked like strands of grass or vine. And tucked in among the twigs were these dark red shriveled berries. It wasn't just dropped there, it was placed carefully. The twigs were arranged almost like a tiny little hut, and it was leaning perfectly against the taut nylon of my tent. My brain just sort of short-circuited. I stared at it, my sleepiness gone, replaced by a cold feeling that started in my stomach and spread out to my fingers and toes. Who put that there? When? I'd been asleep, right there. Someone had been right outside my thin wall of nylon while I was unconscious. They'd been close enough to touch the tent. They'd taken the time to make this thing and leave it for me to find. I didn't even get out of my bag. I scrambled back from the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I just sat there in the middle of my tent, staring at the shape of it through the fabric. Every little sound from the woods, a bird, a squirrel, the creek, felt like a threat. The peaceful silence from yesterday was gone. Now it felt heavy, watchful. I had to get out of there. I moved fast, my hands shaking so bad I could barely collapse my tent poles. I didn't bother folding anything neatly. I just stuffed the tent, still with the sleep sack inside, into my pack. I kept looking over my shoulder, my eyes scanning the tree line. The rhododendron bushes that had felt like a cozy wall now felt like a perfect hiding spot. Every shadow between the trees looked like a person standing there. I didn't touch the bundle. I didn't want to. I just left it there, a little monument to whatever had happened in the night. I shouldered my pack and got back on the main trail, practically jogging. My only thought was to get back to my car, to get off this mountain. That's when the fog rolled in. It didn't come slowly. 1 minute I was walking downhill, the sun filtering through the trees, and the next, this thick, white mist just swallowed everything. It was so sudden it was disorienting. The world shrank to a circle about 10 feet around me. I couldn't see the trail ahead or behind me. I couldn't see the tops of the trees. It was dead quiet, the way it only is in a heavy fog. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the squelch of my boots on the wet ground. I kept walking, sure I was going the right way. But after about 20 minutes, I started to get a sick feeling in my gut. This part of the trail didn't look familiar. It was steeper, rockier. I told myself I was just spooked, that the fog was making everything look different. I pushed on for another 10 minutes, and that's when I saw the giant, lightning-scarred oak tree. I'd seen it yesterday on my way up. It was a landmark, and I was seeing it again now, from the same direction I'd seen it yesterday. I was going uphill. I was going back the way I came. My blood ran cold. I was lost, completely turned around in this soupy, silent fog. The panic that I'd been holding back since I saw that bundle just broke through. It was a physical thing, a tightness in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I was hyperventilating, leaning against a tree, my vision spotting. Someone was watching me, I was sure of it. They'd left that thing at my tent, and now they were out here in the fog, herding me, confusing me. I felt like a mouse in a maze. I forced myself to stop, to sit on a wet rock and put my head between my knees. I couldn't afford to panic. I had water. I had food. I wasn't in any real danger from exposure, not yet, but the feeling of being hunted, that was a different kind of danger. I pulled out my phone. No service, of course, but I had a screenshot of the trail map on it. In the eerie glow of the screen, I tried to orient myself. The lightning tree was on the map. If I was here, that meant I'd taken a wrong turn at a fork about a mile back, a fork I hadn't even seen in the fog. It took me another hour, moving slowly, deliberately, checking my compass app every few minutes before I found my way back to the correct path. The fog began to lift as I descended, the world slowly expanding back to its normal size. By the time I stumbled out of the woods and saw the gravel parking lot, the sun was high in the sky and the fog was just a memory clinging to the highest peaks. I've never been so happy to see my beat-up old Subaru in my life. I threw my pack in the back, got in, and locked the doors. I just sat there for a long time, hands gripping the steering wheel, waiting for my heart to stop trying to punch its way out of my chest. The drive home was a blur. I was exhausted, wrung out like a rag. All I wanted was a hot shower and my own bed. When I got back to my apartment, I dumped my gear in the hallway and went straight to the bathroom. Standing under the hot water, I finally started to feel a little bit human again. The bundle, the fog, it all felt like a bad dream. Maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe the bundle was just some weird natural thing, a bunch of twigs that got blown against my tent. Maybe the fog just spooked me. I was trying to rationalize it all away, to make it normal. Later that night, curled up on my couch, I picked up my laptop. I don't even know why I did it. Maybe some morbid curiosity. I typed "Cold Mountain Trail" into the search bar. The news article was from a local station. It was short. A hiker had been found dead on the Cold Mountain Trail, a 27-year-old man from Asheville. The article said he'd been reported missing by his family when he didn't return from a day hike. A search team found his body off-trail, not far from one of the overlooks. The cause of death wasn't released, pending an investigation. The time of death was estimated to be that morning. That same morning. The same morning I'd woken up to a bundle of twigs and berries placed against my tent. The same morning I'd gotten lost in that unnatural fog. While I was panicking, trying to find my way back to my car, a man my age was dying on the same mountain, in the same woods. I closed the laptop. The room felt cold. It wasn't a coincidence. I knew it in my bones, with a certainty that made me feel sick. Someone had been on that mountain with us. They'd come to my camp in the night and left their calling card. And then they'd... What? Found that other hiker? Had he seen a bundle too? Had he gotten lost in the fog? The terror wasn't about the bundle itself. It was about the intent behind it. It was a message. It said, I was here. I saw you sleeping. You were vulnerable, and I was watching. The close call wasn't just getting lost. The close call was that for whatever reason, the person who left that bundle had chosen him and not me. Or maybe they had chosen me, and I'd just gotten lucky by getting spooked and leaving so fast. I never went back to Cold Mountain. I still hike, but I don't go alone anymore, and I never ever go without the heavy, solid weight of my pistol secured in my pack's hip belt. I practice drawing it. I think about what I would do if I found a bundle of twigs and berries propped against my tent. I think about it all the time, because I don't know what it meant. I don't know who left it. I don't know why that man died. All I know is that I was watched, and I was lucky, and now I always make sure I'm never that vulnerable again. Story 18. My room was at the end of the hallway in our old house. It was a good-sized room for a kid, with 2 windows that looked out over the backyard. I had this blue comforter with stars on it, but the stars only glowed if you held it up to a light bulb for a while first, and I'd forgotten to do that. The room was dark, but not pitch black. There was always a little light from the digital clock on my dresser, casting a weak, greenish glow, and the street lamp outside my window threw long, slanted shadows across the floor. I'd been in bed for maybe an hour, but I couldn't sleep. I wasn't scared or anything. My mind was just racing about school the next day, about a math test I hadn't studied for enough, about a girl named Sarah I had a crush on, just normal kid stuff. I remember rolling over onto my left side, facing the wall. That wall was covered in posters of bands I liked and a big map of the world. I lay there for a few minutes, just staring at the vague shapes in the dark, listening to the house settle. It was a quiet, creaky house, and you got used to its noises. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the faint rush of air from the heating vent. It was all background music. Then, for no reason at all, I decided to roll over onto my other side to face the room, and that's when I saw it. It was standing maybe 4 feet from the foot of my bed, just inside the deeper shadow cast by my closet door. At first, my brain didn't even process it as a thing. It was just a shape that was wrong, a shape that shouldn't be there. My eyes adjusted, or maybe the thing just seemed to pull the available light onto itself, and the details snapped into a horrible, impossible focus. It was small, not toddler small, but maybe the size of a kindergartner, and it was a pale, flat grey colour, like dirty dishwater or old cement. It had no texture to its skin, no shine. It was just a mat, even grey from head to toe. It was completely naked, but there was nothing anatomical about it, no details like a belly button or nipples. It was just a smooth, featureless grey body. Its hair was what I noticed next. It was straight and black, a stark, oily black that seemed to swallow the light. It was cut in a perfectly straight, severe line across its forehead and hung down just past its chin, like one of those old-fashioned pageboy cuts. The hair was so still. Not a single strand moved, even though I could feel a slight draft from the window. But the face. Oh God, the face. It had a mouth, wide open in a perfect, dark circle. It wasn't screaming, it wasn't making a sound. It was just open. A black hole in the lower half of its face, and above that, where its eyes should have been, there were just 2 more black holes. They weren't empty sockets with torn edges or anything you could explain biologically. They were just perfect, circular voids, deep, endless pits of blackness, and it was perfectly, utterly still. It wasn't breathing, it wasn't swaying, it was a statue, a mannequin made of grey flesh and darkness, planted right there on my beige carpet, my entire body locked up. It wasn't a conscious decision to freeze. It was like a circuit in my brain blew. My breath caught in my throat, half in, half out. I couldn't even blink, I just stared. My eyes glued to those two black holes where its eyes should have been. And the most terrifying part, the part that still makes my skin crawl 14 years later, was the feeling. A physical, heavy feeling of being seen. I felt its gaze on me like a physical pressure, a cold weight centered right on my forehead. Those empty holes were looking at me. They were fixed on me. I knew it with a certainty that was deeper than any fact I'd ever learned in school. My heart wasn't just beating fast. It was slamming against my ribs, a frantic, painful thumping that felt like it was going to break bones. I could feel the blood pulsing in my neck, in my temples. My fingers, which were clutching the edge of my star-covered comforter, had gone completely numb. I was cold. A deep internal cold that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was the cold of pure, undiluted fear. My mind was screaming a wordless internal shriek of, "No, no, 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 this isn't real, this isn't happening." I tried to rationalize it. A shadow, no, it had dimension. A pile of clothes, it was the wrong shape, the wrong color. A dream. I could feel the rough texture of my cotton sheets under my fingertips. I could hear the faint, rhythmic ticking of the clock on my dresser. I could smell the faint scent of the fabric softener my mom used. This was real. This was happening right now in my room while I was awake. The standoff felt like it lasted for an hour, but it was probably only a few seconds. 10, maybe 15. The entire time, that feeling of being watched by something that had no eyes just intensified, like it was drilling into my soul. I couldn't move. I was pinned to the bed by sheer terror. Then something in me broke. A survival instinct older than thought kicked in. It wasn't a plan. There was no thought process of, I should run to my parents' room. It was just a raw animal impulse to get out. I threw myself backward. I didn't slide out of bed gracefully. I didn't turn and run. I scrambled backward like a crab, my limbs flailing. My legs got tangled in the comforter, and I half fell, half rolled onto the floor. The impact jarred my teeth, and the carpet burned the palm of my hand. I didn't even look back at it. I didn't need to. I could still feel it there, standing, watching me with its eyeless face. I pushed myself up onto my hands and knees and then launched myself toward my bedroom door. I didn't stand up and run. I crawled, desperately, my knees pounding against the floorboards. My breath was coming in ragged, sobbing gasps now. I reached the door, my fingers fumbling for the knob. It was cold against my sweaty palm. I yanked it open, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent house. The hallway was dark, but it was a familiar dark, the safe dark. I stumbled to my feet and ran. I didn't care about the noise. I thundered down the hallway, my bare feet slapping against the wooden floor, my pajama pants twisting around my legs. My parents' room was the first door on the left. I didn't knock. I slammed into the door, my shoulder hitting the wood, and then I was clawing at the knob, twisting it and bursting into their room. The light from their digital clock was a warmer orange, and it illuminated their sleeping forms. The sound of my dad's soft snoring, which usually annoyed me, was now the most beautiful, safe sound in the world. "Mom, Dad!" I choked out, but it was less of a word and more of a strangled cry. My mom bolted upright. "What? What is it?" Her voice was thick with sleep, instantly alarmed. I didn't answer with words. I just ran to her side of the bed and tried to climb in, my whole body shaking so violently I could barely coordinate my movements. I was crying now, hard, shuddering sobs that made it impossible to breathe. I buried my face in her shoulder, clutching at her nightgown. "Honey, what's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" she asked, her arms wrapping around me. Her body was warm, so warm compared to the icy dread that had filled me. I shook my head, my face still pressed into her. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a jumble of "in my room" and "there's something," and it was looking at me. My dad was awake now too, sitting up and turning on his bedside lamp. The sudden yellow light made me flinch. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice gruff. "It's in my room," I finally managed to gasp, pulling back from my mom. My face was wet with tears and snot. A A thing, a grey thing. It was just standing there. My dad, ever the practical one, sighed and got out of bed. Probably just a shadow, kiddo. Let's go have a look. The thought of going back into that hallway, of even looking toward the open door of my room, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "No, don't go! Don't leave!" I screamed, clinging to my mom. My mom held me tighter. It's okay," she murmured, but I could hear the tension in her voice. She was humoring me, but she was also a little spooked. My dad grabbed the baseball bat he kept leaning in the corner. "For raccoons," he always said, and headed for the door. I squeezed my eyes shut, listening to his footsteps recede down the hall. Every second he was gone was an eternity. I kept expecting to hear a shout, a crash, something. But all I heard was the click of the light switch in my room, and then silence. A few minutes later he came back. "There's nothing there, sport," he said, his voice softer now. "See, all clear, just your imagination running wild." They let me sleep in their bed that night. I lay between them, curled into a tight ball, staring at the strip of light under their door. I didn't sleep, not for a second. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. That flat grey skin, that severe black hair, that wide, silent O of a mouth, and those two bottomless black holes staring right through me. The next day, my mum tried to talk to me about it. She said it was a night terror, a very vivid dream. My dad joked that I'd seen the bogeyman. I stopped talking about it after a while because I could see they didn't believe me. They couldn't feel what I felt. They didn't see its face, but I know what I saw. I'm 26 years old now. I have a job. I pay bills. I live in a different city. I'm a rational adult. But that image is burned into my memory with a clarity that surpasses anything from last week or last year. I remember the exact way the shadow from my closet door fell across its shoulder. I remember the absolute stillness of its hair. I remember the specific, weighty sensation of being observed by a gaze that had no physical source. I've spent years trying to find an explanation. Sleep paralysis? I could move. I ran. A hypnagogic hallucination? I was fully awake. I'd been lying there thinking about my math test for what felt like a long time. A ghost. It didn't look like any ghost I've ever heard described. It was just this thing, this small, grey, eyeless thing that stood in my room one Tuesday night in October and looked at me. I've never seen it again. I'm grateful for that. But sometimes, when I'm in a dark room and I turn over in bed, my heart gives a little lurch. For a split second, I'm 12 years old again, and I'm terrified of what I might see when I open my eyes. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it was there. I don't know why it was looking at me. I just know that it was... Story 19. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating me alive for weeks now. I'm a logistics coordinator. Basically, I handle shipping and receiving for a company on the 19th floor of this big high-rise in the city. It's one of those glass and steel buildings that's always buzzing during the day, but once everyone clocks out, it gets dead quiet. I've worked there for about 3 years, and I never paid much attention to the rumors about the vacant floors. You know, floors 12, 15, and 16 have been empty for as long as I can remember. No tenants, no lights, just nothing. People in the office would sometimes joke about ghosts or whatever, but I always brushed it off. I'm not superstitious, or at least I wasn't until that evening. It was a typical Wednesday around 6 o'clock. I'd stayed late to finish up some paperwork because we had a big shipment going out the next morning. The sun was starting to set, casting these long shadows across the office, and I was the only one left on my floor. I remember feeling pretty tired, just wanting to get home, maybe order some takeout and collapse on the couch. I packed up my stuff, shut down my computer, and headed for the elevators. The hallway was dim because most of the lights were on motion sensors, and since no one was around, only a few were still on. It felt eerie, but in a normal, after-hours kind of way. I've done this 100 times before. I pressed the button for the elevator, and it lit up with that soft glow. The building has 4 elevators, but only 2 were running that late. I heard the ding, and the doors slid open. I stepped inside, hit the button for the lobby, and leaned against the wall, scrolling through my phone to check messages. The elevator started moving down, smooth and quiet. Then, between the 18th and 17th floors, it shuddered a little. Nothing major, just a slight jolt that made me look up from my phone. I figured it was normal, maybe the cables adjusting or something. But then it stopped. Not at the lobby, not at any floor I expected. The display above the doors lit up with the number 15. My first thought was that someone must have called the elevator from floor 15, even though I knew it was vacant. The doors slid open, and I was staring into pitch blackness. No lights, no sound, just this cold draft that smelled like dust and old concrete. I could see a sliver of the hallway from the elevator's light, but it didn't reach far. The floor was bare, no carpets or furniture, just exposed concrete and a few wires hanging from the ceiling. I waited for someone to get on, but no one came. After a few seconds, I reached out and pressed the close door button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, harder this time, but the doors stayed open. I tried the lobby button, the emergency stop, everything. The elevator wasn't moving. That's when the fear started to creep in. My heart began to beat faster, and I felt this cold sweat on the back of my neck. I kept staring into the darkness, half expecting to see someone or something move. Then I heard it, a soft, distinct click from down the hall. It sounded exactly like a bathroom stall door shutting, the kind with a metal latch. You know, that sharp, final sound that echoes in a quiet space. It came from my left, somewhere in the depths of that floor. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't see anything, but I knew that sound shouldn't be there. There's no one on floor 15. There's nothing there. I started pressing all the buttons on the panel frantically, my hands shaking. Still, the elevator didn't budge. The doors remained open, and that darkness felt like it was sucking me in. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud in the silence. Then I heard another sound, a faint shuffling, like someone moving slowly, dragging their feet. It was getting closer. I don't know how I knew, but I felt it in my bones. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. My fight or flight kicked in, and I decided I had to get out of there. I wasn't going to wait around to see what was coming. I remembered there was a fire escape stairwell nearby. I'd seen the signs on other floors, so I bolted out of the elevator into the darkness. The second my feet hit the concrete of floor 15, a wave of cold air hit me, so intense it felt like walking into a freezer. The air was thick with dust, and I coughed, covering my mouth with my sleeve. I couldn't see much, but I fumbled for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the black, revealing a long, empty hallway with doors lining the sides, all closed. The shuffling sound was louder now, coming from behind me. I didn't look back. I just ran toward where I thought the stairwell was. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. Every step echoed, and I kept imagining something right behind me. I found the stairwell door. It was heavy, metal with a push bar. I slammed into it, and it swung open with a loud creak. The stairwell was even colder, and the lights were motion-activated, so they flickered on as I moved. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I just started running down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. The sound of my footsteps echoed up and down the shaft, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone chasing me. But I saw nothing, just the empty stairs and the dim lights above. As I descended, I heard the click again, this time from somewhere above me. It echoed in the stairwell, bouncing off the concrete walls. Then, a soft, high-pitched laughter, or what sounded like laughter. It was faint, almost like a whisper, but it sent chills down my spine. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, my chest tight with fear. I could smell my own sweat mixed with the stale air of the building. I passed floor 12, then 10, then 8. Each floor marker a small relief. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move on the landing below me, but when I got there, it was gone. Finally, I reached the ground floor. I burst out of the stairwell into the lobby, gasping for air. The security guard at the desk jumped up, asking what was wrong. I was trembling, my clothes damp with sweat, and I could barely speak. I managed to stammer out that something was on floor 15, that I'd been trapped. He called for backup and 2 more guards came. They took me to the security office, gave me some water, and I told them everything. The elevator stopping, the click, the shuffling, the laughter. They looked at me like I was crazy, but they agreed to check the cameras. We went to the monitoring room, and they pulled up the footage from around the time I was in the elevator. On the screen, you could see me getting in, the elevator stopping at 15, me running out, but there was no one else, no movement in the hallway, no sounds, just me, panicking and fleeing. I insisted there was something, so they zoomed in on the elevator camera when the doors were open. That's when one of the guards pointed at the reflection in the glass panel inside the elevator. It was faint, but clear, a woman's face, pale and gaunt, with dark eyes staring right at the camera. She wasn't in the hallway, she was reflected in the glass like she was standing inside the elevator with me, but I never saw her. The guards went quiet. They said they'd never seen anything like it. That was the end of it for that night. I went home, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, pale, almost translucent, with this knowing look, like she knew I'd seen her. In the days that followed, security reviewed the footage again and confirmed there was no one on floor 15, just that reflection. They tried to explain it away as a trick of the light or a glitch. But I know what I heard and what I felt. I've lost 20 kilograms since then because I can't eat properly. The fear just knots my stomach. I always take the stairs now, no matter how many flights. Sometimes, when I'm climbing, I hear a click or feel a cold draft and I freeze. I'm haunted by the woman on floor 15, and I think she knows I saw her. I don't know what she is or why she's there, but that evening changed everything, and I'll never forget it. Story 20. My first shift was a Thursday night, or really, very early Friday morning. I remember because I'd been cramming for a history midterm all day, and my brain felt like mush. I showed up at 11 p.m., the place still lit up like a beacon on the otherwise dark street. Gary gave me a 5-minute tour that basically consisted of, coffee's here, donuts are there, don't burn yourself on the fryer, and if you get robbed, just give them the money. He seemed nice enough, just worn out, like the place had sanded him down over the years. The first couple of hours were exactly what he'd promised. Boring. I wiped down counters, refilled the napkin dispensers, and watched the clock. The only customer was a taxi driver who bought 2 black coffees and left without a word. By 1 in the morning, the silence started to feel heavy. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a thick, waiting kind of quiet. The hum of the refrigerators and the glow of the neon open sign were the only things that felt real. I was leaning against the back counter, scrolling through my phone just to have some light and noise, when I felt it. A cold tap on my back, right between my shoulder blades. Not a poke, but a tap, like someone had pressed the tip of a cold, wet finger against my spine through my t-shirt. I spun around so fast I almost dropped my phone. There was nothing there. Just the empty aisle between the stainless steel prep tables and the giant mixer. The air was still. My heart was suddenly hammering in my chest, a frantic, stupid rhythm. I told myself it was a draft. The place was old. The air conditioning was probably kicking on. It was my tired mind playing tricks. I took a deep breath and tried to laugh it off, but the laugh got stuck in my throat. The spot on my back where I'd felt it was cold. a distinct damp patch of cold. I reached back and touched my shirt. It was dry. I decided to keep busy. I went over to the big metal racks where we stored the boxed donuts for large orders. I started straightening them just for something to do with my hands. That's when the first box slid off the shelf. It didn't fall. It slid like it had been pushed. It was a slow, deliberate slide off the edge, and it landed on the floor with a soft, cardboardy thud. I stared at it. The shelf wasn't slanted. Nothing was shaking. Then another box slid off from a different shelf. Then another. They weren't all falling at once. It was one after the other, with a second or two in between, like someone was walking along the racks and casually pushing them off. Thud, thud, thud. A cold dread started to pool in my stomach. This wasn't a draft. This wasn't my imagination. I backed away from the racks, my eyes darting around the room. That's when the lights started to flicker. Not a power surge kind of flicker, but a slow, rhythmic pulse. On, off, on, off. The bright fluorescent tubes would die completely, plunging the shop into near darkness, then buzz back to life a second later, the sudden light making me flinch. In the moments of darkness, I could hear my own ragged breathing. I pulled out my phone to call Gary, to tell him something was wrong with the electricity, anything. My battery was at 78% when I'd last checked it, maybe 10 minutes before. Now, the screen flashed a red battery icon, 1%. Then it died. The screen went black. I pressed the power button frantically, but nothing happened. It was a brand new phone. It had been fine. I felt utterly alone, cut off. I practically ran out to the front counter, wanting to be in the open, near the big windows. The flickering stopped as soon as I got there, the lights stabilizing into their normal, sickly glow. The shop was silent again, except for the hum. I stood there clutching my dead phone, my whole body tense. I must have looked insane. That's when the bell above the door jingled. Gary was back. He'd gone to the bank down the street to drop the day's deposit in the night slot. The relief that washed over me was so powerful, my knees felt weak. "Hey, kid, everything all right?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, his voice flat like he'd made that joke 1,000 times. I started babbling. I told him about the tap on my back, the boxes, the lights, my phone. The words tumbled out in a messy, panicked heap. He didn't look surprised. He just listened, his expression unreadable. And then he sighed, a long, weary sound. "First night, huh?" he said. "Don't worry about it. This old place, it's just settling." "Settling?" I almost shouted. "Boxes don't just slide off shelves. My phone didn't just die." Before he could answer, the bell on the door jingled again. A man walked in. He was big, not just tall, but broad and solid, like he worked construction or something. He was wearing a dark, heavy-looking jacket, even though it was a mild night, and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. And the smell hit me first. It was a thick, greasy, sour smell, like old meat and sweat and something else, something chemical and foul. It filled the small shop instantly. He didn't look at us. He didn't say a word. He just walked, with a heavy, plodding gait, straight past the counter and towards the back where the bathrooms were. Gary and I both watched him go. The hallway to the bathrooms was a short, narrow corridor with the men's room on the left and the women's on the right. We heard the men's room door open and then shut with a solid thud. The silence that followed was heavier than before. Gary's face had lost its bored look. He looked alert and worried. "You see that too, right?" I whispered. "Yeah," Gary said, his voice low. "I saw him." We stood there for a minute, just listening. We didn't hear anything. No sound of the toilet flushing, the sink running. Nothing. The smell, that awful smell, was still hanging in the air, clinging to everything. "This is weird," Gary muttered, more to himself than to me. "All right, stay here." He came around the counter and walked towards the back. I followed him. I wasn't staying by myself. We stood outside the men's room door. There was no sound from inside. Gary knocked. "Hey, buddy, everything okay in there?" He called out. No answer. He knocked again, louder. "Sir, we're going to have to ask you to come out." Silence. The kind of silence that feels like a physical presence. Gary looked at me, and I saw a real flicker of fear in his eyes. That scared me more than anything else. He was the veteran. He was supposed to know this was just the building settling. He tried the doorknob. It was unlocked. He pushed the door open slowly. The men's room was small, a single sink, a paper towel dispenser, a urinal, and one stall with a door. The stall door was closed. The room was empty. The big man wasn't at the sink. He wasn't at the urinal. The smell in here was overpowering. It was that same rotten, greasy stench, so strong it made my eyes water. Gary took a step forward. "Hello?" he said, his voice echoing slightly in the tiled room. He walked up to the stall and gave the door a little push. It didn't move. It was locked from the inside. My blood ran cold. There was no other way out, no window, no vents big enough for a mouse, let alone a man that size. He had to be in there. Gary bent down and looked under the gap between the stall door and the floor. I did the same. We both saw the same thing, a pair of heavy, scuffed work boots. He was in there, standing perfectly still. "Sir," Gary said, his voice firm but with an edge of panic now, "you need to unlock this door right now." No movement, no sound. The boots didn't shift. It was like he was a statue. Gary stood up and banged on the stall door with the side of his fist. "Hey, open up! This isn't funny!" The door rattled in its frame, but the lock held. The boots under the door didn't move a millimeter. We stood there staring at those boots, listening to the absolute silence from inside the stall. The smell was so thick I could taste it at the back of my throat, a metallic, rotten taste. 30 seconds passed. A minute. It felt like an hour. Gary looked at me, his face pale. "Go get the master key. It's on the hook in the office." I didn't want to turn my back on that stall, but I ran. My heart was a drum in my ears. I fumbled with the keyring in the tiny, messy office, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key off the hook. I ran back to the bathroom, shoving the key into Gary's outstretched hand. He was still staring at the stall door. He took the key, his hand trembling almost as much as mine. He slid it into the lock on the stall door. It turned with a loud, definitive click. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and we both stared inside. The stall was empty, completely, utterly, impossibly empty. The boots were gone. The man was gone. There was nothing, just the toilet, the empty toilet paper holder, and the bare white walls. The smell was gone too, vanished. The air in the bathroom was just normal bathroom air, with a faint hint of lemon-scented cleaner. We both stood there, frozen. I felt the world tilt under my feet. My brain couldn't process it. I had seen the boots. Gary had seen the boots. We had both seen the man walk in. We had both smelled him. He was there. He was locked in. And then he wasn't. Gary slowly reached out and touched the inside of the stall, running his hand over the wall, like he expected to find a secret panel. There was nothing. He looked under the toilet. Nothing. He just kept shaking his head over and over, a quiet, "No, no, no," escaping his lips. We went back out to the front. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We just stood behind the counter, two strangers bound together by something impossible. The rest of the shift passed in a blur. The sun came up. The morning customers started trickling in. The world went back to normal, but nothing felt normal ever again. That was 5 years ago. I still work here. I'm the veteran now. Gary quit about a year after my first night, said his nerves couldn't take it anymore. I've seen it all since then. I've heard whispers when the shop is empty, little voices that seem to come from the vents. I've felt those cold taps on my shoulder, my arm, the back of my neck. I've watched dozens of boxes fly off those shelves for no reason. I keep a portable charger behind the counter now because my phone still dies for no reason, at least once a week. And I love it when we get a new hire. I love watching their confidence melt away on their first overnight shift. I love the way their eyes get wide when they feel that first cold tap. When a box slides off the rack, I give them Gary's old line about the building settling. It's a little ritual, a hazing by the unseen. But I never ever tell them about the man. I never mention the smell or the boots, because while all the other stuff is creepy, it's just background noise now. It's part of the job. The man, that was different. That was a violation of reality. That was something that should not be. Something that came in, locked a door, and then ceased to exist. And sometimes on the quietest, darkest part of the night, when I'm alone, I catch a faint, fleeting whiff of something greasy and sour, and my blood just turns to ice. I never saw him again, but I know, in a way I can't explain, that he's still here, and that he could come back any time he wants. Story 21. It was one of those sticky Ohio afternoons in late August, the kind where the air feels like a warm, wet blanket, and the smell of fried dough and livestock hangs over everything. I must have been 8, maybe 9. My parents had brought me and my older sister to the county fair, the big end-of-summer event we looked forward to all year. I remember the exact shade of my t-shirt, this faded blue thing with a peeling decal of a dinosaur on it. I remember the feel of the worn leather of my sneakers, the right one having a small hole near the big toe that I kept wiggling. The fight with my sister was what started it. She was 12 and thought she was too cool to be seen with me. We'd been arguing over who got the last bit of cotton candy, a stupid, petty kid fight, and she'd shoved me hard. I remember the hot prickle of tears in my eyes, not from the shove, but from the injustice of it all. I stomped off, weaving through a forest of denim-clad legs, wanting to get away, to just be alone for a minute. I ended up near the edge of the fairgrounds, past the tractor pull and the quilting exhibition tent, where the crowds thinned out and the noise faded into a dull roar. That's when I saw him, an old man sitting on the lowered tailgate of a pickup truck. It was an old Ford, I think, a rusty red color that was more brown than red, caked with dust. The truck bed was empty except for a few stray strands of hay. He was just sitting there, one booted foot kicking gently against the air, watching the world go by. He wasn't scary looking. That's the part that gets me. He had a kind face, wrinkled and tanned like old leather, with a cap pulled low over his eyes. He wore a plaid shirt, the kind my grandpa wore, and his hands, resting on his knees, looked strong but gnarled. He saw me sniffling and gave me a small, gentle smile. "Rough day, son?" he asked. His voice was calm, gravelly. I just shrugged, scuffing my holy sneaker in the dirt. "Your folks here? The Millers?" he said. That stopped me. How did he know my last name? I nodded, wiping my nose with the back of my hand. "Oh, sure, I know your dad, Tom," he said, his smile widening a little. "Helped him out with his carburetor last spring. Good man. He asked me to keep an eye out for you. Told me if I saw you, I should give you a lift over to the livestock barn. He's waiting for you there with a surprise." It made a weird kind of sense. My dad was always talking to people, knew everyone, and a surprise for me, that was all it took. The fight with my sister was forgotten, replaced by a bubbling curiosity. I remember looking back towards the fair, the bright lights and the noise, then back at this kind-faced old man who knew my dad. It felt like a secret mission, something important. "Okay," I said, my voice small. He patted the seat beside him in the cab. "Hop in." The inside of the truck smelled of old tobacco, gasoline, and something sweet, like hay or maybe apples. The seats were cracked vinyl, and the dashboard was a confusing array of dials and knobs. He didn't start the engine right away. He just sat there for a moment, looking out the windshield. Then he turned the key. The engine didn't so much roar to life as it rumbled, a deep, throaty sound that vibrated right up through the seat and into my bones. We pulled out of the fairgrounds and onto the main road. I remember looking out the window, watching the other cars. And then something happened that I still can't explain. It wasn't like in a movie with special effects. It was subtler, wrong. The cars around us, they just sort of lost their substance. We were driving normally, but the other vehicles began to look like smears of color, like wet paint on a canvas. I could see through them. I could see the people inside, but they were blurred, moving in slow motion, their faces indistinct blobs. Our truck just phased right through them. There was no sound, no impact. It was like we were a rock in a river and the traffic was just water flowing around us. I remember pressing my face to the glass, my breath fogging it up. "How are you doing that?" I whispered. The old man just chuckled softly. "Shortcut," he said, and that was all. The world outside the window dissolved from the familiar storefronts and houses of town into an endless, shimmering wall of green. Corn on both sides, so high you couldn't see over it, forming a tunnel that went on forever. The road beneath us changed from asphalt to gravel, then to hard-packed dirt, the truck bouncing gently along the ruts. The sound of the fair was gone. The only sounds were the rumble of the engine and the whisper of a million corn leaves brushing against each other. It was a lonely, hushed sound. I wasn't scared. That's the most terrifying part looking back. I should have been screaming, but I felt peaceful. All the worry, the anger, the sticky heat of the fair, it all just melted away. A deep, profound calm settled over me. It felt like I had been carrying a heavy backpack my whole life and had finally been allowed to take it off. We drove down that cornfield path for what felt like both a few minutes and several hours. Time had started to feel soft, like taffy, stretching and compressing. The sun didn't seem to move in the sky. It just hung there, a constant golden late afternoon. Finally, we emerged into a clearing, and there was the farmhouse. It was a simple, white, two-story clapboard house with a wide porch. It looked like a picture from a storybook. It was perfect. The paint wasn't peeling. The porch swing wasn't creaky. The grass in the yard was a uniform, vibrant green. There were no weeds. There were no power lines. It was silent except for the faint, distant sound of a wind chime. He led me inside. The house was cool and dim. It smelled of lemon polish and baking bread. Everything was clean and in its place. There was a grandfather clock in the hallway, but its pendulum was still. The hands were frozen at 3:17. He took me to a room upstairs, a bedroom that felt like it was made for me. There were toys, wooden trains, a teddy bear, books. But they weren't my toys. They were generic, like something from a catalogue. But they were fine. Everything was fine. I have no memory of eating or sleeping, though I must have done both. I have no memory of specific conversations. My memories of that place are a collection of sensations and feelings. I remember the feeling of absolute safety. I remember sitting on the porch, swinging my legs, watching the light change in a sky that never actually got dark. It was a perpetual, gentle twilight. I remember the old man being there, a quiet, benign presence. He never threatened me. He never hurt me. He was just there, like a kindly grandfather. We'd walk through the immaculate garden, or he'd show me how a certain tool worked, his gnarled hands moving with practiced ease. It was all so normal, so perfect, and so utterly, completely wrong. There was no urgency. There was no concept of later or yesterday. It was just an endless, peaceful now. I didn't miss my parents. I didn't wonder what my sister was doing. It was as if my old life had been a dream, and this was the real waking world. I don't know what made it end. There was no event, no argument. One moment, I was sitting on the floor of that perfect bedroom, lining up wooden blocks, and the next, the old man was standing in the doorway. He had my faded blue dinosaur shirt in his hands. "It's time for you to go home now, son," he said, and his voice was still kind, but there was a finality to it. I didn't argue. I just stood up and put the shirt on. He walked me back downstairs, through the silent, lemon-scented house, and out onto the porch. The red truck was waiting, looking just as dusty as before. We got in. The drive back was the same as the drive there, but in reverse. The perfect farmhouse shrank in the rearview mirror. The corn tunnel swallowed us again. The world outside the window began to solidify, the colors becoming distinct, the shapes becoming real cars and buildings. The feeling of peace began to leach out of me, replaced by a slow, creeping confusion. He pulled the truck over to the curb on a street I recognized. It was a residential street about 6 blocks from the fairgrounds. The engine idled roughly. "You get out here," he said, not looking at me. "Your house is that way." He pointed down the street. I opened the door and climbed out. The air felt different, colder, sharper, full of city smells. I turned to say thank you, or goodbye or something, but the truck was already pulling away. It didn't make a U-turn or drive down the street. It just drove straight ahead, and after about 50 feet it seemed to fade, not vanish, but become translucent like a ghost, and then it was just gone. The street was empty. I stood there for a minute, disoriented. Then I started walking in the direction he'd pointed. My mind was fuzzy. I felt like I was waking up from a long, deep nap. I rounded the corner onto my street, and I saw our house, and I saw the police car parked in the driveway. The second I stepped onto our lawn, the front door flew open. My mom came running out. She was screaming, but it wasn't a scream of anger. It was a raw, animal sound of pure relief and terror. She collapsed onto her knees in the grass and grabbed me, hugging me so tightly I couldn't breathe. Her body was shaking with huge, racking sobs. My dad was right behind her, his face pale and streaked with tears. He kept saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," over and over again. The police officer was talking into his radio, his voice urgent. "We have him. He's here. He's alive." It was chaos. They were hugging me, crying, asking me where I'd been. I was confused. I'd been gone for an afternoon. A long afternoon, sure, but just an afternoon. That's when they told me I hadn't been gone for an afternoon. I had been missing for 10 days. 10 days. The search parties, the news vans, the flyers with my school picture on every telephone pole. I had missed it all. While I was in that timeless, peaceful farmhouse, my family and the whole town had been living through a nightmare. They thought I was dead. They had dredged the river. They had searched the woods for 10 days. I tried to tell them about the old man and the farmhouse. I described the truck, the cornfield, the perfect white house. The police took me seriously at first. They drove me all over the county, down every back road, looking for that cornfield path, that farmhouse. We never found it. There was no record of an old man who knew my dad. My dad had never had carburetor trouble. The story fell apart. The cops eventually decided I'd gotten lost, suffered a trauma, and my mind had fabricated the whole thing as a way to cope. My parents, desperate for any explanation, chose to believe that too. We never talked about it again, but I know what I experienced, and it didn't end when I got home. It never really ended, because now, more than 20 years later, I still see him. It's never direct. I'll be walking down a crowded city street, 1,000 miles from Ohio, and I'll catch a glimpse of a plaid shirt out of the corner of my eye. I'll spin around, my heart hammering, and there's no one there, or I'll be in a supermarket reaching for a can of soup, and I'll see the reflection of an old man in a cap in the glass door of the freezer aisle. I'll turn, and the aisle will be empty. Once, I was on a video call with my sister, and for a split second, I saw him standing behind her, in the reflection of a picture frame on her wall, just a blur, a shape. But I knew it was him. It's a haunting, not of a place, but of my perception, a reminder that the logic of this world is just a thin veneer, and that underneath it there are places where time doesn't work, and kind-faced old men can steal 10 days of your life without you even noticing. He's a splinter in my reality, a ghost from a place that shouldn't exist. The fear isn't that he'll hurt me. The fear is that one day I'll turn my head a little too fast, and I won't just see him out of the corner of my eye. I'll see him straight on, and he'll be smiling that gentle smile. And he'll ask me if I'd like to take a ride. And a part of me, the part that still remembers that perfect, weightless peace, is terrified that I might just say yes.